I need a motion to open the meeting.
So move.
So move.
Who's taking a, you're taking a roll?
I
Sal?
am.
All right,
Yes.
call the roll, please.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Nora, you muted.
Yes.
Tafour,
Not here yet.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Next item is the adoption of the agenda.
So move.
Second.
Okay, I just want to point out there's something on new business 2A is on for the regular meeting, and that is because it is very important to the legal situation between a village and Save the Sound. So I would just note that. That's the only item that's on for the regular meeting. Okay, call the roll.
Trustee Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tafour, Mayor Murphy.
No. Okay, thank you all. We have two visitors tonight, who one is a village employee and one is a volunteer. So as is the want of the board, we're going to take those folks first. We're going to do the harbor master first. And Jeff, you're here to speak on which topic? Just remind me again. Okay, harbor isle items. Request for additional funds to complete dock replacement project and proposed fee for fishing charter. Oh,
Yes.
that's nice. So the floor is yours. This is item on the agenda 2G.
Okay, so for the first one, the lumber for the dock rebuild, by the time we ordered it and by the time we received the shipment, the price increased of about $10,000 for the lumber. So I need additional funds because now I'm short to pay for the other materials that are just coming in now to finish up the dock build because of we ran over on the lumber. So that about sums that one up. And then the fishing charter is I have a charter boat company that's out of New Rochelle now, and they're looking for a new place to relocate. So I offered them our guest dock that we haven't used. It's not really a good guest dock for transients to use because they need a dinghy to come in and out of to that dock, which for him actually works out great because he doesn't want his boats near the other boats on the dock. So he's looking for something that kind of gets him away and off the dock where all the people are. So he was interested in that for the fee of $13,000 for the season for two boats. And then that would also bring in about additional 30 to 40 cars per day for each charter. He runs two charters a day. So they would pay additional parking, to the park.
What's the name of his boats?
Soundbound charters,
Okay, is it party boats or just charter?
just charter fishing. They don't do any kind of booze cruises or anything like that. They just fish.
Is it like the Shamrock or something like that? Is that the one?
It's along those lines. His names of his boats are Soundbound. That's the name of the boats.
Trustee Natchez has a question.
Mute.
Dan, you're muted. Trustee Natchez, you're muted. Dan, trustee Natchez, okay, there you go. Okay.
Okay. I don't know quite how that happened, but my question is, are you talking about the docks that are in the mooring field or the ones along the shore?
The ones that are, like right across from Nichols, they sit on the pilings there, on two pilings.
Okay,
In the West Basin across from Nichols, it would be the easiest way to describe it. Would be that dock.
and where would they board?
He's going to run the boats over to the boat ramp and board there. His charter is leave at 8 o'clock in the morning and about 6 o'clock at night. So those two times of the day, he would run over, pick up his charter, his clients at the boat ramp.
Okay. Any other questions? I guess my question is this, is this, all right, I grew up going to Sheep's Head Bay and going to the party boats there. So you just showed up that day. If you had your $20, you got on a boat and you fished. Is that what this is, or is it, I'm calling
Now,
up and I'm
he
reserving?
has him book with him for the day so that he kind of knows who's coming, because he tries to coordinate, because he runs 2 boats. He can't make sure that he has 100 people show up and then he can't fit them. So
Okay.
they book through him, and then so he regulates who's getting on what boat.
Okay, trustee Natchez again.
You say he's relocating from New Rochelle. Why is he not staying in New Rochelle? That's better.
He's out at Dudley's now. He runs out of a private marina there at Dudley's where the restaurant is. And there's some new owners there, and they're not going to open the docks this year. So I'm actually kind of competing with the city of New Rochelle, because the city of New Rochelle is trying to get him to go there to them because of the revenue that he brings in with the parking and that stuff. So, I mean, he may very well, if this doesn't get approved, then he'll probably go to the New Rochelle Marina. I'm trying to compete with them a little bit to bring in some revenue.
So what did you say it would be, 13,000?
13,000 for the docks, and then whatever parking, he brings in.
And we have ample parking, right?
Yes.
Well, I say from my point of view, and is, I would definitely appreciate the revenue. And this is something that I would definitely use. Because I've gone out on these more than a few times with my sons. And I look forward to doing it. I would do it by myself. Yeah, trustee Natchez.
I don't have any problems with it, but I would want to make sure that we have proper insurance.
Right.
That, totally covers us. And I don't know if there's a way, but I think we need to regulate that there can be no drinking or carrying of booze to or from the boat. I don't think we can regulate what goes on in the boat, but we can say that you can't bring, alcohol or whatever. Because once they're in the park and they have that, it's very hard to police.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, the only way you could drink in the park is with permission of the board of trustees.
This is
Go ahead, Victor.
just a quick question. Anything for residents? Same price for residents and non-resident?
Where is Victor?
I don't
I'm commuting.
know.
I'll put my video when I as soon as I get land on my computer. I'm still commuting, Mayor. I'm sorry, but I'll be joining you live soon. Okay. Thank you, Jeff. You.
So his question is there a different, is there a discount for residents? But this isn't a village-run program, right?
Right, it's not a village-run program now, but he was very willing to do something for the day camp, for the village day camp, if the village wanted, to do like a day fishing trip for the camp, because he's done that in the past for New Rochelle, right? And to do stuff with Kyle, if Kyle wanted to, go out for a day and fish to get stuff for her tanks, he's more than willing to do stuff like that, because he was on the website and he actually called me about that today. So, but as far as, I'll have to ask him if there's a discount for the residents. I did not ask him about that.
Thank you. But thank you. Actually, thank you for answering that larger issue of the opportunity. So thank you. I think that's the idea. Thank you for keeping that in the loop.
Yeah.
Suggest, don't demand.
Okay.
Would you
Don't
have any-
insist.
Who's
Mayor,
that? That's Jerry. Oh, Jerry's
it's
on?
mention it, don't insist.
Jerry and I are quoting our favorite movie, The Godfather. All right, is that all you have for us tonight, Jeff?
Yes, that's it from me.
All right, thank you, Jeff.
Any
One question,
questions?
real quick.
Yeah.
The $10,000 price tag was on a bill of how much for the lumber, Jeff?
The final bill, the original quote was 19,000. It came in at 29. Was the final bill once it was delivered.
Wow.
Housing starts.
No, I get it. Yeah, no, I was just curious. That's all.
All right,
Mayor,
Yeah,
would you
thank
like these items on the next meeting?
Yeah, and it's fine with me. Is everybody fine putting this on for the next meeting?
Absolutely.
Yes.
I know the charter boat guy was kind of in a rush, not a rush, but just kind of needed an answer because if this doesn't go through, he's got to find another spot.
You can tell him that he should, that it was looked upon favorably, and by favorably means we put it on for a regular meeting.
Okay, very good.
Tell him not to demand.
Please,
Thank you, Jeff.
please don't demand.
Okay, we have many members of
Thank you,
our
everybody.
CRAC Committee for the Environment. And they were talking about this a while back when I was their liaison, and there was not enough time to do it last year. And this has been something that they've been advocating for a long time. This is the stretch code. So would you like to just give us a summary of it?
Sure.
Liam,
Yeah. Okay. So
are you leading the charge tonight?
I will. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the stretch code is the village would adopt it as a extension of its building code. So essentially, it's a requirement that the building code is the buildings are a little bit more efficient. So it covers things like the building envelope, reducing the operational costs, sort of just it's it's probably more technical than I could explain to you, but the idea is that you would adopt it and that it would lead to more efficient buildings as you move forward, energy efficient. One of the points about it is that, periodically the building code becomes more efficient. So what the stretch code is basically where the building code will be in a few years' time anyway. So you're just sort of getting ahead of the curve. It's been adopted by a number of other municipalities around Westchester, starting off with Hastings-on-Hudson. I think they were the first ones. And we have New Rochelle, and I think the town of Mamaroneck have adopted it. So the Committee of the Environment sort of believes that this would be a prudent thing for the village to do. There was a couple of weeks ago, a Sustainable Westchester had a sort of a session on this for municipalities. I think the mayor of New Rochelle was saying that, people are quite attracted to the idea that the city of New Rochelle is adopting this, and he said it was like almost like a marketing point for the city. So one of the issues that comes up is people have is what does it add to the cost of a building? So NYSERDA has done some analysis of this. So for example, they said you might add $1,500 to $2,500 to the cost of the construction of a single family home, but that would result in an almost 20% reduction in energy use compared to homes built on the existing code. And the payback on the investment would probably be average around 6.4 years. So there is obviously a little bit more of an upfront cost, but it doesn't take long to pay it back. And one of the other advantages they stressed was, if you're building a place to rent out, then the renter is a primary beneficiary of this because they end up paying less in energy bills. So that's a good positive consideration to come from it. Okay, so has anyone got sort of any questions then? I guess.
I guess my main concern, this will help us with our rating, right?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it is a, when you say a rating for the Climate Smart Communities program?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, it will. Yeah, you get points for that. And I think if you, correct me if I'm wrong, Alan, if we adopt it by June, we might be available, we might be eligible for a grant of $5,000. Is that?
Yes.
That's what I recall.
That is correct. That we would be eligible. There's 78 of those grants remaining. So if we would act in time, we would be eligible for a $5,000. It's called Action Grant. But then, we're sort of working two programs at once. I think everybody's aware that there's the clean energy communities and then there's the climate smart communities, all with the same goal of having New York State meet its carbon reduction goals. But if we pass this, we also get points in the climate smart communities. And I believe that would bring us up to sort of a 3,000 point threshold, which would give us a $10,000 grant in addition to this. I just want to add on to what Liam said. First of all, I do think that we really need the buy-in of the building department. I think that's key to the whole thing. But, across Westchester, buildings account for 1/3 of all carbon emissions. So, a lot of what we've been doing is more residential based, but I think it's too big of a category to ignore. And as Liam said, these are these codes, what's in these codes, things like insulation and using Energy Star, equipment, things like that. These are things that will just probably be required in a few years. So it really gives the building department more time to get used to the code and work with it. So it's coming. It's just this is getting sort of a jump start on it. And I will reiterate that the mayor of New Rochelle was all positive. And obviously we know that is a town, city, whatever, that does a lot of building. And he felt that it really made New Rochelle, more attractive to mission-based investors. He felt that improved market values overall. And they weren't experiencing any obstacles with having this in place. And the town has it as well. So we could always consult with them. And I think that builders that build, one last point, that builders that build in the village versus the town, there's so much confusion that it just makes sense to have a consistent code across the village and the town.
This would apply to all new construction, but would it also affect renovation?
Yes, it would.
Is there a threshold for renovation? I don't remember seeing that.
Is there what?
Well, usually different codes, get activated at a threshold of you're spending so much in renovation, then you have to do this. Like, it's not if you're changing a ceiling fan, you have to do this.
Yeah, I don't have that answer, Tom, but yes, I'm sure there's some sort of threshold. We could find out for you.
Dan Natchez?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from the building department and their analysis of what the real changes are. I'm all for, clean energy. I'm all for, moving forward on these types of things. But I'm concerned that if somebody's doing a small renovation, to find out that they have to spend a significant amount more for the rest of the house as opposed to what they are trying to do. I don't want that to be an impediment to improve homes. So I'd like to try and get a little better feel, from the building department as to the nuances of this and what affects and how it affects it.
And I agree with Dan, but I also think that we should have a legal department take a look at this to make sure that it would fit in nicely with our code, or if they, any problems that they may foresee. But I think it's something that we should move forward on after due diligence.
Can we do due diligence in 2 weeks?
I don't know. Sure. Let's see what. Let's come back to this in 2 weeks and see where we are. Bob, can you review this?
We can review this. I've actually just, while you're talking, pulled up the adoption guide and pulled up what the town of Mamaroneck did, and we can certainly review this. I just have two concerns. First of all, that to say that anything would fit in with the mishmash that is our building code is not something I'll ever say, because it won't without your taking a serious look at the whole code. That's number one. My concern about this is, and I don't know enough about the technical aspects of this, but I would just be concerned, and maybe the building department can address this as trustee Natchez has suggested. Just got to make sure the building department has the capacity in terms of training and in terms of whatever equipment they need to be able to monitor compliance. It's just on a really quick look, it looks very technical. And I'm not, and may require specific equipment and certainly more time and training to enforce this. Just want to make sure they have the capacity to do this, because the place we don't want to be is in a position where you adopt a law and expect compliance, and then we can't say, the staff can't say, we can enforce it.
Fair enough. So let's send this to the building department. I'm sorry, Nora, go ahead.
It's unclear to me about whether this is a public hearing or just a resolution.
No, this is the adoption of a local law, Nora. This is a regular and seeker.
There's some documentation that says it's just by resolution, but it's a local law. Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks.
That's changing our code, yeah. All right, so we'll have the building department take a look at it. Jerry, can you see to that, please?
Yes, of course.
And our crack legal team will investigate it, and we'll be back in 2 weeks to see where we are with it.
Back here or back on the regular agenda?
But we can't put on a regular agenda until we get an opinion from the building department and the.
So, to that end, I had suggested to the building department they contact the building department in Hastings on Hudson. They'd obviously adopted it, but they've also done quite a bit of work sort of preparing a sort of worksheets for their inspectors to use to apply this. So I guess my point is that, this has been adopted in a number of other places, so a lot of this work's been done. And also the other thing that I had suggested was that there was someone, actually a contractor who works with NYSERDA, would be willing to come and speak to the Board of Trustees. Mm-hmm. And I can facilitate that if you would be interested in having him come, and he can obviously answer more specific questions. I believe to the point of, what is the workload required to enforce this? I believe that a lot of the energy sort of analysis stuff can be done by sort of another party and not necessarily a sort of contractor too, but I'm not, it's a technical thing that I'm not necessarily aware of, but that would be something that I would suggest you look into. And then to Trustee Natchez's point, I'm actually putting an extension on my house. My architect got confused, thought I was in the town, so applied the stretch code. From my point of view, what's happened was he just said, okay, well, you need to buy more. We just need to buy these windows instead of these ones. So, the increased cost for that small extension was a few $100s. So if you're talking about a renovation, I think you could think of it as sort of proportional. If you're doing a renovation that is most of the house, then you're probably going to get close to that $1,500 to $2,500 range that I said originally. And otherwise, in my case, it's a lot less.
Okay, thank you, Liam. So,
Tom,
yeah,
good for Liam. In the worksheets there are a worksheet that compares the existing state building code and the improvements that would have to be made under this code, i.e. a comparison as opposed to just what they have to do to enforce it.
Well, yeah, NYSERDA, who sort of the state agency running this, they have quite a lot of documentation. I mean, it's very, at some point it's very technical, right? It's lighting, electrical energy monitoring, insulation values, and things like that. So, that's something that the building department would probably have to advise you on.
No, what I was
guess
trying to
my
get to,
general sense is, a lot of other municipalities have adopted this, and in their experiences, it's reasonably seamless.
I'm appreciative of that. I was just hoping that if there was a worksheet that says instead of a R12, you need R or something like that, that with a quick comparison on the different issues, it would help speed up the review for the building department and definitely ease trying to get to implementation of this.
Yeah. Okay. Well, NYSERDA have a complete adoption guide, right? Which I will I'll send to the board.
I would suggest you send it to Jerry as the village manager, and he'll distribute it to where it needs to go.
Okay, I'll send it to Jerry.
Thank you.
Thanks, Liam.
Thank you.
So
Thank
just
you.
while we're talking about that, would you like the person from NYSERDA to address your meeting next?
No, not yet. Let's
Okay.
just see what we get back from,
Why not?
because we're gonna have a report from the village manager and a report from the building
Well,
department.
we can all talk at once then.
All right, then, okay, yeah.
I think we keep moving along.
Can I ask a question? Maybe it would be more beneficial for Jerry or someone else in the building department to talk to the person that Liam was talking about. I mean, they're going to have more technical questions than we're going to have.
I think that's a good point. Why don't, Liam, why don't you have that person talk to Jerry, and Jerry will get that person in touch with Frank.
Is that okay, Jerry?
Of course.
Because that'll just be a rabbit
We'll,
hole.
we'll talk together. When I'm up in the building
We don't know.
department, Frank and I will talk to the NYSERDA. You're talking about the person from NYSERDA, right?
Yes, I am. Yep.
Yeah, okay, sure.
He's actually a contractor who works on behalf of NYSERDA.
No problem.
Yep. Okay.
No issue.
So when I send that information to you, Jerry, I'll include his contact.
Very good. Thanks,
I wouldn't
Liam.
mind hearing from him.
All right,
Thank you.
we're going back to our regular agenda.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you.
The next item is well, the municipal,
Oh,
What?
Thank you.
the community solar program.
They're on?
oh, okay.
Oh, crap, where are they? On the agenda?
The next item.
Oh, slice.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Where is it?
Municipal, it's the next item, municipal electric generation and solar arrays,
Okay, and who's on?
committee for the environment.
Okay, municipal electric generation and solar arrays from the Committee for the Environment. Would you somebody like to lead this?
Well, this was my initiative.
Oh, okay, it's not,
Okay.
okay.
All right.
All right,
And we did discuss it in the last Environment Commission meeting.
okay, then it'll get called at a regular time.
Okay, great.
Okay, going back to the regular business.
So that's not being discussed now?
No, it's not gonna be discussed.
Would you like us to?
No,
Okay.
because we gotta get to the stuff that's on here.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to sign off. Bye, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, item 1A, moving village elections to match federal election cycles. This was talked about by the young members of the Oprah program. This would move all village elections to the even numbered years, which would match the federal elections. This would provide for longer terms for the trustees. I believe that they had the mayor run every 2 years. And, it would provide for greater voter turnout and greater voter participation along a socioeconomic and racially more diverse path. I know that Trustee Young wanted to talk about this is his issue, so I'll let him Lou?
Well, yeah, since it seems like we can't do referendum because of the quirks of the state law, this is something that we'll either have to decide to do or not do ourselves. So I strongly believe it simplifies the elections for our citizens. And I have gotten very little negative feedback. And even today, I was talking to somebody who said, "You have elections every year?" Yeah, I think it makes sense, to keep it simple for people. They vote on a number of things at the same time, and I would like to see where we stand on it and see if we can get 3 votes to do it.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to at least bring to a public hearing, because it would have to be
Mhm.
a public hearing to make the change, and people can weigh it at a public hearing. Colleagues?
I've thought a lot about this. I've worked with the students on this quite a bit. It really won't, it doesn't mean we won't have an election every year. It means the village of Mamaroneck won't have candidates running every year, but we still have in the odd years or the off years, the respective towns, the town of Rye and the town of Mamaroneck, and our county legislator and our county executive. And so the county executive runs every 2 years, county legislator every 4 years. So I am concerned that just on changing it, this is a lot to unpack. And the proposal is moving to 4-year terms for trustees, maybe a 4-year term for the mayor, maybe not a 4-year term for the mayor. And also changing our election cycle from 3 trustees running on the even years and the mayor and 1 trustee running on the odd years to the mayor and 1 trustee running on an even year and 3 trustees running on an even year, but alternating cycles, so it's 4-year terms. And so I'm concerned that we're disassociating ourselves with the county with whom we work closely. And I would, I think we have to, the county, I think the elected officials in the county rely on us to help get the vote out. So I think we have to think long and hard about whether we want to sever that connection. And so I think that's something that we just haven't considered. I think a referendum is really important. We discussed this last year and decided not to do it. I think if we're at all considering this, there need to be term limits. I mean, I think there need to be term limits that maybe if we're going to do a 4-year cycle, the 4-year cycle should be on the off year, which I know doesn't have the same voter turnout. We do get a bigger voter turnout in presidential years, and it's sort of ranked. Presidential year is the top, then the congressional or gubernatorial year is next. Then we have the year the county executive runs, and then we have the year, which is the year that mayor and trustee run, and then we have the year that only the county legislator runs. And so there's really 4 different elections. High turnout in the even years, less high turnout in the other years, but they're not that disparate. And in 2020, we had a massive turnout. We also had, and I think this is like, I don't think the only way to increase voter turnout is by moving to an even year election, but we had over 2,200 absentee ballots cast in Mamaroneck in 2020. And I think we had something like 648 in the previous presidential cycle. And that was because it was easy to vote absentee. Everybody got a ballot in the mail, you didn't have to do the application process. Everybody got a ballot in the mail, and you didn't have to be out of town that day or be disabled. So, I mean, I do think that there's many strategies for turning out the vote. And I'm not sure, given our circumstance of running, we're going to have an election in the village every year anyway. I mean, we're going to need to vote. So it's not any easier for the voters. We'll just have maybe lower turnout for the county and the town races. And I don't know. I don't think we've considered that impact. So and I'm also still not convinced. While personally, it'd be much more convenient to run every 4 years. No, no doubt about it. I'm not sure that that's a good idea, because I think every 2 years makes us really more accountable to the voters. And we're not running for our convenience. We're running because we're here to serve the voters or the residents, not necessarily the voters, all the residents. So I think there's a lot to discuss. And I think it's a referendum.
Anybody else? Dan?
I think Nora has made some very valid points.
So do we discuss that in a public hearing, or are we just going to kill it here?
Well, I don't know what the public hearing would be about. Is it about 4-year terms for everybody? Is it about 4-year terms for trustees and a 2-year term for mayor, which I don't quite understand that.
It would be about changing it.
What? No, I mean, in order to have a public hearing, we actually have to draft a law. So we have to figure out what we want. Do we want to go to a 4-year cycle? Do we want to go to a 4-year cycle for the trustees and not for the mayor? Do we want to go to a 4-year cycle on odd years where all the other local elections are held, where, Rye, up and down the road, it's the town of Mamaroneck, the village of Larchmont, the town of Mamaroneck, the city of Rye, and the town of Rye. So we're going to have, and the county. So the county board of elections is still going to be holding elections in the village, and we're still going to need to come out to vote for the town and the county.
What do you want to do?
We have term limits. I mean, there's like a lot. It's not just.
Hold on. What do you want to do?
I mean, Nora, term limits isn't on the table here. I mean, that might be a very valid, let me just finish, please. That might be a very valid issue to put in, but that is not what we're discussing here tonight. That would be a discussion for another time. The idea that we need to stay in sync with the county is talking about now moving to the even numbered years.
Yeah.
I think, the county will take care of the county. And, we had a county election last year where nobody ran against our county legislator, and I'm happy about that for her. But it isn't like these are getting to be hotly contested elections anymore. If we keep it every 2 years, we're solidifying the idea that there's always going to be low voter turnout in the mayoral years, which, is fine, but but I'm not doing this for myself. I'm not going to be around forever. But I would prefer if the mayor ran every 2 years, 2 trustees ran every 2 years and 4-year cycles, so that every 2 years, there be like in the town, every 2 years the supervisor runs, and she runs or he runs with an array of different council members, because they're running on 4-year terms, but they're just doing it on the odd numbered years. And and I had served in the town and ran in the town on multiple occasions, unopposed. And I don't think that that's particularly good. So there isn't a lot of activity outside of the village of Mamaroneck in these off years that we really have to be worried about. And I don't know why our calculus has to be about the turnout for the county executive's race. I mean, that's a political calculation. That's not a governmental calculation. I mean, the idea here is that we're trying to bring out more voters to participate in our local process. And, that really is in sum and substance, I think, what the youngsters were pushing forward, and, what is on the table here today. So, well, I also do think that, term limits have their place, possibly. I think that also people in these offices should have self-control and limit themselves and know when curtains coming down. I always like Mary Tyler Moore went out at number 1. It's better to leave than to be kicked out. So, I mean, I just, let's just focus on what this is. This is just about our elections and how it affects all voters here who, who vote for mayor and trustee.
Well, I would say that while I think it's an interesting idea to have to do it in the rhythm that the town does it, with two trustees running every 2 years and the mayor running all of those, two trustees running
Mayor running every 2 years.
every 4 years, and if we're gonna do it that way, I'm not sure. I mean, the town supervisor has a bit of a different role than the mayor does. I'm not sure that 4 years is, and I'm not sure a 2-year term is required for the mayor. I think it could be a 4-year term, but if we're in for a penny, in for a pound. But that bifurcating of switching out the races to, like, 1 year we have 3 trustees, is how we do it now, and then 1 trustee and the mayor, that's not on the table either. That's not one of the 2 proposals. So I'm not interested in expanding terms unless we couple it with term limits. And I think, the students have given us some suggestions about what to do. They've given us 2 proposals. If we're limiting ourselves to those 2 proposals, then we are not considering a situation where trustees run in pairs always with the mayor.
But that's something that we
can do that, though, right?
That's something that we can do, and
we could do term limits too. I mean, we could consider term limits at the same time too.
Sure.
Well, we could make announcements that we're limiting ourselves too. I mean, George Latimer did that.
Well, George Latimer, but the law was changed to do that.
I don't know any small municipality that has term limits. There's the other argument too, is that term limits are enforced by the voters. And that if we had the 2-year term limits in 1940, we wouldn't have had Franklin Roosevelt during World War II. So nature has a way of giving us what we need. So I'm just concerned about talking about an issue and then complicating it with another issue. And
what do we? So I guess, may I?
Yeah, sure.
I guess the question is, what do we want to do about this idea of syncing up our elections to the federal cycle? Do we like it or do we not? And do we want to consider it? And we can tinker with it all we want. That's the question here. Or do we like? Do some of us like it the way it is now? I'd like to change it.
I would say that 4 of the members of the board a year ago decided not to do it. So it's, I'm interested in hearing people's evolution about why they've changed their mind.
Well, I can tell you why I've changed my mind, because I think that it's the kids brought back better research. I think that it's just an arduous task in the village of Mamaroneck to constantly have this division every year, and it's just it would still be plenty of democracy all around. There'd be more people participating, and the people who are now sitting it out are people who need the government most in a lot of ways, people who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and people who are racially diverse. They are the folks that we're not getting in the odd numbered years. And Nora, you and I have been doing this a long time, and we have tried to increase voter turnout in these odd numbered years, and we've only been successful at the margins. I can pretty much tell you, how many people are going to come out and vote in this election or that election and be within a couple hundred votes. And, just to clarify something also, in 2022, the amount of absentee ballots was because of COVID and the lessening of restrictions on how you can get an absentee ballot. They're not going to be 2,200 absentee ballots this year.
Tom, what I said is because the New York State mailed an absentee ballot and New York State made absentee voting easier.
Yeah, and because of COVID.
it's because of COVID, but they also changed the regulations so that you didn't have to swear that you were out of the county. And that referendum didn't pass last year. And that's really unfortunate. We could make one of the, there are a lot of strategies to increase minority turnout. None of those strategies ever say take a year off from voting. So, so I think that it's apples to apples. And I don't think we can feel good about saying we've increased the turnout of underrepresented populations simply by moving elections to the years that more people vote. There's always, there's a dropout always a drop down with the local races. So when there's a higher turnout for the governor or for the president than there ever is in our local races. There's a big turnout there. So I think there are a lot of other things we should be doing to increase, interest in elections and increasing local elections.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the concept of syncing up our elections with the federal cycle, and we hash out the subsequent details of our elections as we discuss that. That's my motion.
I'll second the motion.
All right, so let's take a vote.
Sally,
Trustee, I'm here. Sorry, Mayor. Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
No,
Lucas,
No, I don't think it's that simple.
It's no.
Tefor,
No.
There you go,
Mayor
we're done.
Murphy.
aye. Okay, thank you. Village trustee liaison to village justice. Ludus, was you too.
All right, this goes back to my January, and Victor and I talked about it last couple of meetings ago, where I went down for the traditional, hi, here's the courts. And I was like, I thought it was in Appalachia. I was shocked at the condition over there. And I thought we didn't know about it. Turns out we did know about it. I didn't realize that. I thought they would need a liaison with the board to go over and just check on them and see how things are going. They're a co-equal branch of government. They don't feel comfortable coming in and kind of asking us for things. I don't think it's a bad idea that if one of us were designated a liaison to check in with them on a regular basis, maybe in a rotating schedule, that it would help with the communication a little bit. But that's my idea. It doesn't have to. It's a little less urgent than I thought it was, since apparently we were aware of the mess across the street, and I didn't realize we were. All right. So that's what that is.
Okay, we're just to clarify.
Mm-hmm.
We voted recently on Jerry took emergency action.
Yes.
And just for the public.
Go.
To rectify a lot of the building deficiencies that were apparent and some that weren't apparent, and we are currently working upon that, and hopefully the work conditions over there will become tolerable. It's a shame that has gone on for, I don't know, I would say that building has been deteriorating for 50 years without getting the proper attention. And we are the board that it fell upon to then do the work necessary to improve the building condition. Just for folks at home, Old Village Hall we're talking about. This is on Mount Pleasant and Prospect, right over here. Next, across the street from the parking area where the police department is and where the court is. It's called Old Village Hall. That was not designed as a village hall. It was not built as a village hall. It was built as St. Michael's home for wayward girls back in the day. And we have been repurposing that building to try and make it something it was never intended to be. We have a police station there. We have a court that's been added on there. We have our building department there. We have a detective bureau there. We have an inadequate jail there. So we are trying to make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, as they used to say. But we're working on it, and hopefully it'll be better for the community in the coming months. I just want to bring the community up to date on that.
To the point of this, what we were talking about, does the board feel a liaison with our two justices would be in order?
For me personally, I'd be afraid of, one branch of government bleeding into the other. I think that they are, pretty vocal about what they need and what they want. So I personally would not be in favor of it.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Tom, I agree. I think they're their own branch and that it wouldn't really be appropriate. It's not like a board or committee where they need someone to bring things back. If they need something, they really can get in touch with Jerry or us directly, and they do.
I understand that. My feeling was that we control their purse strings, their budget, so we might want to know the condition of their working conditions, which were horrible. I didn't realize we were aware that they had horrible working conditions already. So that's something I learned.
Okay.
Subsequently.
But thank you for caring about them and taking action. I appreciate it. Item 1C, enforcement of multiple dwelling law. Jerry, you on?
I think we talked about this last meeting. We're going to try and
Yeah,
get an update by the second meeting in April.
that's right. Next time, just put that next to it.
Okay.
Rental registration program.
Mayor, I had a meeting earlier with the village attorneys and late last week, and they need a little bit more time to do their review and go over it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Just to be clear on that, an email to everybody but directed to the attorney regarding the existing code. And I'm still waiting for an answer on that, and I'd like that at the same time.
We're working on that.
That's what they're working on.
Thank you.
Item 2E, zoning strategies to support all affordable housing development comprehensive plan. update.
1E, that's 1E.
Oh, 1E, I'm sorry, my mistake.
And Neil Desai.
Neil Desai, you want to lead us in that, Dan?
No, I will promote him.
Neil is on?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's an attendee.
Yeah, I just promoted him to a panelist. So he should be joining us shortly.
Oh, he's not on? Okay.
Great.
When Neil's not on, we'll get back.
No, he is. He's
He's there.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Neil.
Hi. Hello, everybody.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing cold. I hope you're all doing well. Yeah, so I went through the comp plan, which was in 2020. The latest version of the comp plan is the third draft, and I have this attached to the memo I sent, and that was November 2nd, 2020. And we were almost there. We're almost to the end zone with this. I think the one thing that we needed to do was, as the first part of the memo, on the first page of the memo, item number 3 there, where we left off and where we are now. We put this on hold due to COVID. The draft was never made public, but it does incorporate the comments by the BOT, land use boards, committees, and in the attachment, this third draft of the full plan in red text typeface. If you're going through that in red typeface is everything that's been modified based on all those comments. Now there is also a table that goes along with that, and that's what I've done for the previous 2 drafts was to have a table that shows you the page number and who made the comment, and that sort of thing. So we kept close track of all the comments, but here we are now. I think I was at the last work session we had. Sarah Brown and I were both here, and we were glad to see you wanted to continue the comprehensive plan update process. And I think the one thing I want to preface about the comp plan is my approach to comp plans is, well, they are comprehensive. They do incorporate a lot of aspects of town. A lot of the things we just heard about the building, the stretch code, and these are all aspects that are would be covered in the comprehensive plan. But at the same time, I try to balance the comprehensive plan from being too much of a compendium of facts with the need to provide strategy for the next 5 years. So when I went through each chapter, I kind of, I took that viewpoint. I do want to make sure that the content of the plan is accurate in terms of reflecting what's happened. And I know a lot of things have happened since 2020. Actions have been taken by the committees even during COVID, and of course beyond COVID, there's Hurricane Ida. And so for each chapter in my memo, I just kind of provide a summary of what I believe needs to be updated within each of those. As far as the second chapter, which is really the summary of the public engagement we had so far, there is some public engagement things, just basic updating people on the process, communicating what the next steps are, or any other topics. And, I make a few suggestions for how, we could involve general public in this kind of next phase of completing this update. And that's something I'd want to hear from you about some of those ideas. But for each chapter, I provided just a brief summary of just the things I believe need to be updated. And I think, of course, one of the things is in the land use and development chapter. I think that's where the tie-in is with zoning strategies for affordable housing. And so certainly that's an important element we'd want to include in that chapter. And so we provided a budget and a timeline for that in the memo. We estimate it could take about probably at a minimum of 4 months to update the draft, followed by 2 months for the review process, public adoption. And with respect to the zoning strategy of affordable housing, I put a note in here saying before we, it took a little bit of time to kind of digest all the things we'd done since 2017 on this project. And so I did want to get a chance to, I think to hear a little bit more BOT about their thinking on zoning strategies and the specifics of it before I provide a more detailed proposal like I did with the comprehensive plan update. So I think, I think most of you are all familiar with the document. The third draft is something you might not have seen ever, but it's represents the update of the second draft, which was June 6, 2020, which you all reviewed. And I think, yeah, so that's my summary of the memo. And there is another memo in there from my NB5 days, which provides some background, because in 2017, I wanted to mention that the emphasis of the plan was to be on looking at sustainability and residential neighborhood character. And so you'll see that in the current draft, there's a lot of attention in those two sections. But I think one important thing is, given COVID and Hurricane Ida, how much how do the priorities shift a bit in how the comprehensive plan has taken shape so far? So,
Okay.
so yeah, happy to discuss.
Any questions from the board about Mr. Desaad's?
Terrific report.
Okay.
I think we're so close. I really, I think we should, I think we need to finish the comp plan. And I'm wondering if 2 items down, the moratorium for C1 and C2 is something that would fold in neatly into the comp plan. It's the same. I mean, it's.
Well, let's take one item at a time, because I want to talk about that separately. Is everybody okay with putting this on in 2 weeks?
I do have a question for Neil. I actually think we were even closer. I was surprised to see how, probably you think, how far, because we were even at the point of implementation. We were already reading how to do it. We had already received input for where we were. I know if we reopen things and just by updating it, it will require the round of putting things up to date in various ways, and also, of course, public input. But I thought, isn't there opening up things that we already had closed? I think, couldn't you review that on that end? I think it would be too lengthy now. It would be too much to get into the weeds. But I was a little surprised to see kind of the bulk of work and to be honest, the cost. I thought it was going to be a piece of that. So maybe there is, but that's my sense of where we were. I think we were really, really close. I was expecting something more focused, but that's really my comment. Otherwise, I would have to get too much in the weeds, and I want to either negotiate or, of course,
Neil,
my role.
Neil, can you address those?
Any
concerns?
comment on that?
Neil, can you address those concerns?
Yeah, in the back of my mind when I was doing this, I thought that might be a comment that might come up, and it's a legitimate comment that you make. Can this thing, we've gone so far in this process, do you think that we can, really kind of hone in and focus it and make it kind of simpler and more compact, and that would mean a lower budget. I think, when I was looking at all aspects of the chapter, I think that, there's a lot of, I think if you start going through each section of the thing, you'll see things that the way we talked about things about COVID in the beginning, there's a lot that needs to be changed because COVID has happened. I think when this was written in 2020, we're in the thick of things and still trying to figure things out, whether it's how would businesses operate. And so there's starting with even just the beginning chapters, there's a lot of language in there that would be, at this point, it's not obsolete, but it needs to be kind of brought a step forward. And I think in each chapter, I tried to stay in touch with what things have been happening in Mamaroneck, by looking at the agendas, just so I can, have my pulse on what's happening. And there's a wetlands law update, there's buffers, I think there was a politician who suggested wanted to see Mamaroneck Avenue in downtown have some sort of bike lane treatment in between, that sort of thing. And I think there's a lot of significant change that has happened, but this is just from my eyes, that we'd want it would reflect in the comprehensive plan. It would need to be reflected in the comprehensive plan more.
Actually, to finish, because maybe others want to follow on this topic, that's really my concern, that I think you're opening up too many issues. We had so many updates and improvements over a plan that is 10 years old and actually started in 2008. So it's almost 50. It's really, and by opening so much, this 6 months is going to turn into another year or two. And I think that's really where we have to narrow it and scope it down, because all these issues are legit. And the more we talk, and they're all interesting, but we really have done 90 something as the paying of the other consultant firm shows, 99% of that work. So it all depends on how much we open up here. And then there could be opportunities to do other processes, as some have been mentioned, even on affordable housing, but narrow it so we can finish this now. That's really my concern, and I leave it to others. I would favor looking at a revised, narrower scope.
I'll just want to add, I see, I think, I see what you're saying, Victor, and I would, I think I can certainly do that. I think you're right in that respect that, there's enough in there that we can move along with things that we want to do next, particularly with the housing. And maybe since, maybe we accept certain parts of it as, for example, in the sustainability section, I'm sure I think you started doing residential composting pickup, which I think is one of the recommendations in the plan. And we can just be like, well, that's been implemented, and just accept the fact that, and not accepting it, but like, in a way you can, it's reflected in the comp plan and it has been implemented. And so, and from that respect, the comp plan is not necessarily outdated. It's just, actions have been taken on some of these recommendations that have already been implemented. And so, do you need to spend time, going through this entire proposal and opening it up? And I do see the 4 month I said at a minimum it would take, and I could imagine if, depending on how we play it out, it could go longer if we so-called open it up as Victor has said.
Anybody else?
So Neil, what do you think can be done in the way of narrowing it and moving it faster? Is that a reasonable thing? Is it really just not necessarily going through the discussions, but more to the recommendations in the recording? It's in that end of it.
I think it's. I think I'd want to hone in more on the affordable housing section, which is in the land use and development chapter. If we, I'm thinking in terms of what is there content in the comprehensive plan that is not there or that needs to be fleshed out in order for the village to do certain important things that it needs to move forward with. And so I think there could be some more, I think maybe maybe focusing in on some of the chapters. Maybe, look at 2 or 3 of the chapters, certainly land use and development, which would be where affordable housing would go. And I think that's the one key chapter I think we need to focus on. I think that approach might work if we kind of hone in on maybe 2 or 3 chapters that are really important to focus on, to move to update and to kind of put in any from a recommendations perspective, and then move from that.
And would it be reasonable to ask you to try and come back with a more refined proposal and see where we go from there?
Yeah, I think the one thing I think my initial thinking is land use and development, residential neighborhoods, and
yeah, I'm not sure we can decide that tonight. I think that's okay. What we're asking you to do is,
sure.
I want to do it on the fly, and I want, you're a very thoughtful and an insightful person who does this as a professional.
Neil.
And I think the question is there a way of honing in on things very quickly and moving it forward on a faster track without getting into the weeds,
right.
So, to quote you, but getting into more of the, if we need to tweak some of the substantive things, whether it's land use or other things, I'd like to see a proposal from you to do that in the shorter timetable.
Neil, can you come back to us in 2 weeks? You could leave this proposal on the table, give us a truncated proposal in 2 weeks, and come back and we could talk about it again.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neil.
All right. Take care.
Thank you, Neil. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
All right. Bye-bye.
1F, we're going to wait till April 11th, and the chair of CZM is going to come.
Wait till when?
April 11th. That's our next board meeting.
in deference to that, can we start that as number one?
Yeah,
since-
but I'll do what I always do. When somebody comes, that's a volunteer, I put them on top of the list.
Okay, well, I'm just, okay.
Unless I don't see them and I don't know, but if I know, I do that. Transfer station roof project, we're waiting. Jerry, what are we waiting on for that?
Waiting to do it in-house, so I just haven't had time to do it.
Do the whole project in-house?
Yep, whole project.
What kind of,
Yeah, go ahead.
what kind of roof is that, Jerry?
It's a typical pole barn type of structure, Lou.
Will it support solar panels?
Maybe, I'm not sure about the rating. I don't know if it will. I can check to see if it would, but it's basically a simple pole barn.
I'm hopeful that's something we can start doing on a regular basis.
Uh-huh. I agree. I think the solar array is the way to go.
Pardon me. Item 1H, a development moratorium for properties in the C1 and C2 zoning districts that are located in a federally mapped floodplain. I sent this a long time ago, and something I want the board to consider. How's the guy?
Yeah.
I'll just read what I wrote. Dear all, this was to everybody. Development in the flood zone is a topic of great concern to many folks who live in the village for obvious reasons. The only real opportunities left to develop substantial housing in the flood zone are in the C1 or C2 commercial districts with the infill housing provision of our zoning codes. Eliminating infill housing in the flood zone, which are easily identifiable, would keep the population that is threatened by flooding from growing, lessening the burden on village emergency services and hopefully easing traffic congestion and strain upon already stressed infrastructure in our most densely populated areas. I'm proposing a moratorium on any new applications in this area for housing until we can study the issue and decide whether to amend the law accordingly. I want the discussion to center on this one issue and not run far afield like the discussions with PLLC a few years back, which became overly complicated and had unintended consequences. In addition, a discussion of a moratorium on infill housing in the C1, in the flood zones in C1 and C2 district to the next, I'm adding this in addition. Hopefully we can work with bigger on this issue. Just for folks who are not up to date on our code that much, and why would you be if you're watching from home? The C1 and the C2 are the commercial districts. The C2 is mostly here on Mamaroneck Avenue and a little bit up the road a bit. In Washingtonville, I believe all of the commercial district that is abutting Mamaroneck Avenue is zoned C1 or C2. A lot of that has been developed residential already, but there is a lot that has not been developed residential. Now, there are a couple of things. Every time we build a residential building, we're taking away opportunities for regular commercial businesses to have access to our downtown. And in my view, we are putting people in harm's way. And although we have the Army Corps plan coming up, you know, there is always going to be, you know, a potential for flooding in those areas. And what we've done over the years is fit more people into an area that we know is going to flood. And we've built both all our affordable opportunities down there, and we have built more high-end opportunities down there. Now, I think that adding more people into an area that is dangerous to begin with is not good planning. We have a couple of projects underway now in consideration by the land use boards. I'm not talking about affecting them because I don't believe in having somebody get 80, 90% down the road and then pulling a rug out from under them. I just don't think that's fair. But this would be a moratorium on developing any more in those flood zones until we have a chance to consider changing the law. At the end of the day, we might change our minds and think that isn't the way to go, to change the law. But the moratorium would allow us the chance to take our time, consider what is best for the flood zone, and whether or not we wish to allow more residential development in an area that's actually zoned commercial and not residential. The whole idea of infill housing was to take parts of land that were not even, that were, oddly shaped, that were zoned commercial, and to give those people some other opportunity to use their land. What it has become almost exclusively is a way to create more housing. And that wasn't the sole purpose of it. The purpose of it was, to have the opportunity, but not have it to be the only opportunity. And that's what's happened in the past 40 years since infill housing was allowed in the Village of Mamaroneck. In a lot of communities, you can't build housing in the commercial zone. It's commercial. We've allowed it in some ways successfully, and in some ways, I think we've overused it. And after September 1st, the idea of increasing density in an area that, quite frankly, we could not provide emergency services to during the height of the storm. One of the most stressful parts about being mayor in these past 4 years was when people were calling me on the night of September 1st and saying, I'm stuck on my second floor. My whole first floor is inundated. When are you coming to get me? And having to tell them that we don't have the capacity to come to get you, and that, just keep going up higher in your house, and, we'll get you as soon as we can get you. And, then truly praying that they would be there in the morning. And thankfully they all were, but it was a stressful night. And I just, I don't want to put more of our residents in that situation. We've built in areas where we can't, a whole significant part of this community, we can't provide emergency services to during a large flood event, and that is very scary. So that was my thinking on this. I would like to have the village attorney draft moratorium law if I have support from the board. But I think this is a very important issue. We obviously don't have to have the answers to what the moratorium study would be, but I want to give us a breather so that we can study this issue without a rush by developers to build on all the land before we've had a chance to examine what's best for our community. So that was a mouthful, and I'm sorry it took so long. But that's how I feel on this.
I don't disagree, and I also, the planning board had asked for this in September as well. But I think, one of the problems with the previous moratorium was we didn't have a good scope. So I think we have to be very fast at figuring out what our scope is going to be, because we don't want to have to keep extending and extending. And obviously it can apply to people who are already in the process. That's not legal. I mean, it's not the right thing to do, but it's also not defensible.
Well, it's legal until they get a building permit. I'm talking
about your reference that it wouldn't apply to people. Well, I think if they're in the process, you really can't stop them from applying for their permit.
No, you can, but if you have a moratorium, they can't get a permit. Mr. Sposino?
Do you want me to answer that in a public session? Yeah, the answer is you can stop them until they get to the point of substantial construction, at which point they have a vested right to continue under whatever approval they're operating under.
Okay, I did not know that. Lou?
A moratorium doesn't sit well with me, and the reason it doesn't is because it seems like paralysis. It seems like we don't know what to do, so we don't want to do anything because we're afraid to do anything. And I'm familiar with the area there. I think that area, parts of that commercial zone have changed and are de facto residential now already. And some of those abandoned former commercial buildings are just sitting there contributing to the flood problem. So if a developer wanted to knock them down and build something that's more flood resilient and less problematic in causing runoff, then why wouldn't we let them do that? Why do we insist on having abandoned buildings just sitting there occupying space? I mean, if somebody wants to deal with some of those buildings on Van Rens, for instance, well, God bless them. Let them do it. I mean, that's where I live, and I don't like looking at abandoned buildings. And I understand if it floods, the ambulance isn't coming to get me, but those buildings will be high enough not to get flooded. So I don't like it, Tom. I don't.
Okay, we're allowed to disagree. But my concern is without a moratorium, people are going to rush to build if they know we're considering it. That
I wish they would.
Well,
yeah,
we disagree on this.
Okay.
Is there support for asking the village attorney to draw up a moratorium law?
So, Bob, how would, is 6 months enough time? I mean, obviously.
Just let me just address something Nora said before, because I got off track. The study which I would want to see is just removing infill housing in the C1 and C2 zone in areas that are in the flood zone. That is the scope that I would consider. It's a narrow scope.
So I think a narrow scope is a good way to define it. And I also think that if you're going to do a moratorium or make any kind of a land use change, it's always better to have it be part of your comprehensive plan. And as we're wrapping up the comprehensive plan now, that's why that's why I think we would link those two together, because it's, we're using the moratorium as a planning tool for how we deal with the areas, or for one aspect of how we deal with the areas that flood. So I think because we're finishing up the comp plan and because we have a consultant that we've worked with on a moratorium before, so, I think we'd all work together pretty quickly and efficiently. I think that will make sure that the moratorium fits in with the community's goals. I think it's great that both of them are on the agenda the same day.
Okay, but my question is, are you supportive of the village attorney drawing up a moratorium law?
Yeah, provided that we, work. I mean, we have to get a consultant to do the.
Of course, yes. I mean,
provided we link it to our comp plan, I think it's a really good idea. Not in a vacuum is what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
I like that.
Dan, Victor had his hand up. We'll get to you. Go ahead, Victor.
I follow Lou's idea that there could be things we could be doing now, and if we invite the planning board that is dealing with these issues to tell us what quick change they need to make to tackle some of these changes, maybe we don't need a moratorium. Maybe the answers are right there, and we could tackle them. So I would go along that the moratorium, which I'm also afraid if it doesn't have a very, very specific proposal, because I'm a little confused because, and it's not a question because we don't want to invite the dialogue, but on the one hand, the mayor is saying we need to do this to study, and then you say to do this in this area. But in the middle, there's a million of possibility. It'd have to be very, very narrow. And I don't see that happening now. So I'm not in favor of just drafting a law, because then we'll have to scope it. I don't think how we could kind of rush into that. I'm more in line with what Lou and Nora has just said, without
Nora's
drafting a
in
law.
favor of the moratorium.
Okay, well, then I wrap it up saying no, I'm not.
Okay, Natchez?
Yeah, Nora, I'm curious. I don't understand how we can do a moratorium which will go on for, 6 months, and also have it included in the comprehensive plan unless we delay the comprehensive plan.
So,
And that's the oxymoron that I'm struggling with.
Well,
in suggesting.
I think so. I think if we're going to have a moratorium, as we know, last time we didn't give ourselves enough time. We had to extend it. We almost had to, I think, did we extend it twice? I think we did extend it twice. Like, had to do an extra month at the end because we didn't have a scope. This is a pretty narrow scope. I think we can get that portion of it done. And if, we want it, we don't want the moratorium, we don't want the comp plan to go on for more than, Neil said 4 months minimum if we were going to do the larger scope. We're reducing the scope of the comp plan. So if we can get the comp plan done, we can get this done as part of the comprehensive plan. I mean, we have to do a planning study anyway to do this. Then we might be able to solve the solution faster. I understand the planning board's request that we kind of, hold on and don't let people start applying until we've figured this out. And I understand Tom's interest in doing that. And, Ida was now, 6-7 months ago, and we haven't changed anything on the ground. So
I just, thank you, Nora, and I agree with you. I just want to be clear about something. The scope that I'm talking about is very narrow and very defined, and it's right there. It's removing the infill housing provision in the flood zone in the C1 and C2 district, if there is flood zones in the C2 district. And that is it. That is the scope that I hope to study. And if the study comes out that would be a foolish idea, then I'll accept that. But that is the scope of the study. I don't want this to I mean, this is what happened with PLLC. We didn't think narrowly, and it became a little more complicated. So I just want to be clear about that that would be the scope. And the planning board asked for a moratorium. The flood committee asked for a moratorium. I was skeptical at first, but then the more I thought about it, the more it made sense to me. Victor, I saw your hand up.
Yes, Mayor, I think what I understand from what you're explaining is you're more like rezoning. You know what you want, and then you want to study it. But you're really moving this into a rezoning. You want to already rezone, eliminate the infill housing from this area. That's changing the code.
I understand that, Victor.
So then why do you need a moratorium?
understand.
So what you're suggesting is something different.
No, Victor, I don't understand what the confusion is.
That you already have the conclusion where you would want to end.
That's the premise I want investigated. If the investigation turns out that my premise is wrong, then I'm willing to abandon my premise. But all of these moratoriums happen with a premise. They happen with, hey, there's a problem. How do you propose on addressing the problem? That's my proposal, right? If my proposal turns out to be wrong, I'm willing to admit that I was wrong. But it's the moratorium protects us while we do the study. And but this is like, proving a theorem, right? Somebody comes up with a theorem and then they work out the proof, and sometimes that proof doesn't work out, and you got to go back to the drawing board. I'm more than willing to, work on the theory, and if it doesn't work out, to say it doesn't work out. But I think that the goal of not putting people in harm's way and of moving this village to be more resilient is the goal I'm looking for. Trustee Natchez, you had your hand up.
Yeah, what would you envision being studied we hire somebody, what would you envision their scope to be? Not just studying it, but specifically what would we be looking for?
What I believe they would specifically be looking for are the benefits and the detriments to the community of removing infill housing in a flood zone. That would be it. How would it benefit the community? How would it hurt the community? Would the benefits outweigh the detriments? I think that that's basically the goal of every study. This is a rocket science.
Well, it seems to be the answer to that depends on what's there now. I mean, I wrote down here, you want to build something? If it helps, yes. If it doesn't help, no. Now, if it's an empty lot, I think we leave it alone until we figured out our new zoning laws and all that. But if it's an abandoned building and you're going to tear it down, well, yeah, let them do that.
But Lou, you can't differentiate when you're doing zoning. You can't say, okay, I'm gonna not let Mr. Jones build because he has an empty lot, and I'm gonna let Mr. Smith build because he has old buildings. When you're trying to do zonings, you have to look at the whole zone in its entirety and see what benefits the community. Trustee Natchez.
I don't have an objection to the attorney drafting a proposed moratorium, but I would want to see a proposal from a consultant before adopting it. So, of what would be studied so that we can determine whether this makes sense or not, Tom. I think the concept, let me just finish, Tom. I am talking. I would appreciate the courtesy of just being able to.
Okay. I just wanted clarification on something you said.
Okay. What I'm looking for is just saying we're going to study it. I would like to see a very specific proposal from somebody who would undertake the study as to what they think they can do and what they can't do.
Okay, that's better. That's better. That I understand better.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get to. So I don't. But I want them coupled together. So when it comes before us, we have what the moratorium be and what would be done in a timetable so that we have something more solid to proceed on.
That's not a bad point. Is Neil on?
Yes, that's why, Neil's on the call. And I think if we had, been continuing, if we hadn't stopped our comp plan or we had resumed shortly after Ida, some of these issues would have been resolved in the work Neil would be doing. So I think we're, I think everybody's on the same page and we just need to figure out what the studies are. And I think if we hadn't done all the work we did on the previous moratorium, we wouldn't really remember the history of the infill housing and, why it was introduced. And, its legacy hasn't been great for the village. So I think we're on the right path to fixing that.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm glad Neil's back.
Neil, are you on?
Yeah, no, I remember that you're going to talk about the moratorium, so I hopped back on. I just have my question goes along with Trustee Natchez's question or suggestion to focus in, because having done the moratorium study, the prior one, we covered a lot of ground, traffic, and we covered a lot of aspects of things. And I guess it sounds to me possibly, you would need, is the one thing you want to look at. Like, for example, Beacon did a moratorium a few years ago and they focused on one thing. Their concern was water supply. So did a study on water supply and whether the new development can handle, is going to have a negative effect on water supply or if there's enough water. And that was the very specific scope. I think the study was probably quite large, but it was a very specific scope. Now, in this case, is it some sort of kind of looking at flood modeling? Like, what is the likelihood of floods in some of these areas? And whether that would put buildings
Wait,
at risk.
we know the likelihood of floods. You know,
Okay, well-
that's not what I'm after. Yeah, and you could refer to the Army Corps of Engineers study for that information. What I'm talking about is what would the action of removing the infill housing from flood zones in the commercial district, C1 and C2. I'm sure you're aware of the infill housing provision that we have.
Definitely.
What would be the detriments and what would be the benefits? And, you know, would it be, you know, would it be worth our while, both from a public safety standpoint? What would be the trade-off in losing those properties as infill housing? Does that make sense, Neil?
Yeah, so it sounds like, so one of the factors for sure, for example, losing properties in the infill, one could look at, what is the impact on, tax revenue, or what is the impact on affordable housing?
Right? Because
Potential, right.
Yeah. And the costs associated with having housing.
Got it. Which would be potential public safety costs of that sort of thing.
Or even just having housing and having to provide more municipal services for more residents.
Got it.
And some of that, because this area was part of the moratorium area, all the area was part of the moratorium area. So there is going to be data from that already.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a lot of data from 2019 or 2018. We looked at parcel by parcel, what are the potential build outs, and I wonder if using that, that data we could be reused or need to be updated.
I hate to be a stickler for time, but we have other things that we have to jump off of at 6:45. Do we have a consensus to have Neil give us a proposal on this, and to have Bob write up a potential moratorium so we could look at that? I think we had 3 people who agreed to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that and consider them.
Okay, thanks. All right, so
At the
Neil,
same
I'm sorry.
time, one question, at the same time?
Yeah,
don't
the
we
same
need the
time.
first scope before we give
Just
it
do them both at the
the
same
board,
time.
if they want to move this, because I'm really reluctant, because really the other, without a very clear built-in system to restrict extending this, very, very focused, I'm very reluctant to do this. So how I really question, how can you move the 2 things at the same time without, because one of the things, and Bob can confirm, is you really have to justify, you have to explain why you're doing it, and have a time that relates to what you're studying. So I think you're heading ahead of, without heading, but you don't let me finish, without getting the piece from Mr. Desai. I don't know how you can move to the second at the same time.
Well, we could have the law ready, and we could decide as a board whether to move it in 2 weeks. It'll just be on the agenda. And you can make these arguments again in 2 weeks. But if the majority of the board wants to do it, then we can do it. We're not making a decision to put it on a regular session. This is for the work session in 2 weeks. And truthfully, many communities do studies in 6 months. Many communities. It's a matter of staying focused on the task in front of us, and not being led afield. So with that being said, Neil, thank you.
Sure, you're welcome. Thanks.
We'll see you in 2 weeks. We have a lot of questions for you soon. Okay, there's one item that we talked about that was on for the regular meeting. And I explained why it had to be on for the regular meeting. This has to do with the Save the Sound potential, legal quandary. This is the Arcadis proposal with completion of CMAR in addition to phase 1 sewer rehabilitation project. This will be in advice of council. Okay, that's advice. I'm sorry, I didn't read the whole thing. But it's on-
Mayor, I think it's going to be a executive session item.
It's advice of council.
Let me see that.
Okay.
In any case, let me say I'm recused in this matter, and I will do so when we enter. I'll stay out of
Okay.
it.
You know what, Victor? We'll do it last when we go to executive session, so that you can just pop off then. Fair enough?
All right. Yep. Fair enough.
Except Mayor, to the extent that the board wants to discuss the proposal, but not the legal issues, you may want to do that in the work session so that you can
Yeah.
advance it to the
Thank you.
regular session tonight.
Thank you, Bob. Good point.
I do have a couple of questions about it. So
Go
I'm,
ahead.
Before you start, Nora, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
oh, you have to,
Uh,
yeah.
The way it was explained, it's connected to save the sound. So if there's a chain of, if that's what's forcing this, and it's really unfortunate, I've been 5 years recusing on this, it doesn't, so I would need to continue recusing if it's tied to, but I don't know, because I
It is
haven't gotten
tied.
to the legal session. I see the manager saying it is tied.
All right, we're
So
wasting time.
so then I'm getting out of this
Yeah.
at this
No,
minute.
don't get out. We're not going to do it. We're going to go into executive session. We'll do it at the end because it's time to go into executive session anyway.
Then how do we discuss it in public if we want to put it on the agenda?
Yeah. If
How
you give me,
about this? Can we just agree to put it on the regular?
Laura? Yeah, we could just move that it's going to be on a regular agenda in the work session, in the
Regular
executive advice of council.
Anyway.
that's better.
It's on there anyway.
Okay.
All the backup is there.
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to go through these one at a time. I'm going to make the motion if somebody was second. Village of Mamaroneck versus Acela. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)D of the Public Safety Officers Law to discuss pending litigation. I'm making that motion.
Second.
Okay, Lou second. Call it, Sally.
Trustee Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor.
Yes.
Oh, you're recused on this one, though, I think.
Yeah.
Victor.
Yeah.
Acela?
Take a pass on this one.
This is how.
Are you talking about Acela?
Yes,
Not recused.
Oh,
Acela?
sorry.
The next
No
one.
problem.
and Mayor Murphy.
Hi. Save the Sound versus Village of Mamaroneck. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)D of the New York State Public Officers Law to discuss matters of pending litigation.
Second. Oh, I so moved. Well,
All right, I'll second. Go ahead, Sally.
Trustee Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
Tefor, you are recused from this as well, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Update on PBA negotiations. It is anticipated that a motion, I'm making a motion that the PBA will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)E of the New York Public Officers Law for update on PBA negotiations. I made the motion.
Second.
Trustee Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Item D, Village Manager Performance Review of 2021. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)F of the New York State Public Officers Law. I make that motion.
Second.
Trustee Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Village Manager EEOC complaint against Board of Trustees. It is anticipated that a motion will be offered to enter into executive session pursuant to 105(1)D of the New York Public Officers Law. I make that motion.
Second.
Trustee Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Hold on. Dan, are we going to go through this again? And not have a discussion that this board needs to have?
The motion was to go into executive session. I'm voting yes, the board can go into executive session.
No, are you not recusing yourself? That's the question, Dan.
When we get to executive session, I'll give you the answer.
You know, here's the problem with not changing the ethics law. Is that I'm afraid to even refer this because it's going to cost us $100 and something thousand for his attorney. But this is, call the roll.
Trustee Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy,
No, because trustee Natchez will recuse himself. All right, let's go into executive session.
You don't know that, Tom, but that's fine.
You don't vote on doing something where you're recusing yourself.
There's also one other matter that is, that should be an executive session. Adam sent us a draft for comment on the Goldstein matter.
Adam's not here, and we don't put things on executive session anymore, right at the meeting. If you want to put something in executive session, send it in. He asked for comment and nobody commented. I'll see you in executive session.
Recording in progress.
Oh, wait, this is 2. progress.
Hi, everyone. The mayor asked that I let you know that the meeting will start at 8:30. Thank you for your patience.
I got the ice in the freezer right now. Ice up a little.
What is this? You got me on here? Yep.
He's got courage up there flying around.
All these guys, you don't see them in power plants.
Yeah.
Hanging off the pipes, 100 feet in the air, like climbing over top of pipes. Nothing to work
Wonderful.
out. We did one time.
Can people hear me?
We didn't actually, just
People can't hear me.
use our license. It was a plant, a power plant. And
I know.
hired this company out of Texas to come in. They had to put sensors in their
Right.
pipes. They're like 3-foot round pipes at the top of the power plant. I think they're steam pipes. I think they have sensors or something.
Okay, we're unmuted.
All right, all right, you were unmuted. Are we broadcasting, as they say?
I don't see it, sir.
Yes, everything's live.
Okay.
There we are. There we are.
All right. Good evening, folks. Welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees meeting for March 28th. I apologize for the tardiness. The executive session ran over. Sometimes these situations cannot be avoided, but the business of the government proceeds. Please join me in a pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Justice for all.
Very nice use of the phone. Good evening. The first item on the agenda is to open the meeting. No, actually, the first item on the agenda is to close the work session. I need a motion to close the
So
work
moved.
session. Lou made the motion. May I have a second, please? Can somebody second, Nora? Nora, you're muted, right? She can't unmute. What's going on here?
There you go.
Try
Hi.
now.
Okay, yes, a second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. Now I need a motion to open this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There's an agenda in front of us. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So move.
Second.
Sally, call roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
before,
Not here.
He's here yet. I don't think he's on yet.
and Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Next, first item on the agenda is a presentation by the young men and women from Mamaroneck High School, Okra students on their summer project. Okay, and who is going to lead this parade tonight?
I'll
Luca?
lead the presentation.
All right.
All right. Is it fine if I share my screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm Luca Jobio. I am a junior here at Mamaroneck High School.
I'm Griffin McIntyre. I'm also junior at Mamaroneck High School.
My name is Eli Tannenbaum, and I'm also a junior at Mamaroneck High School.
We are all students in the OCA program at the high school, and we're here to present to you our summer slide prevention initiative. If you guys have any questions, please hold them until the end. We'll have time at the end to ask questions. So we are here today seeking your approval to use a section of the Pape Memorial Park near Mamaroneck Avenue School as a site for our initiative. Our goal is to ensure that you are all well informed on the progress of our initiative as we roll it out in the coming months.
I'm sure you're all familiar with OCRA, but just to go over it, OCRA stands for Original Civic Research in Action. It provides students with the opportunity to research local issues in the community, where they then narrow down their research to one issue and then implement a creative solution or preventive method for it, and then collect data on it to measure the effectiveness.
So as a group, we started by researching an education inequality within our community, and we pinpointed what is called the summer slide as one of the most prominent causes of the education inequality. And we also were able to connect a lack of book access to literary skills development issues. So pretty much if there is a lack of access to books, students were having a more difficult time developing their literacy skills.
The summer slide is a term for the loss of knowledge that students experience over the summer. Students of low socioeconomic status are more susceptible to the summer slide because they often do not have access to enriching activities and materials over the summer, including the steady access to books that they had during the school year. Over time, the greater losses for these students accumulate. And as shown in the graph, the gap between them and the students with higher socioeconomic background grows very large.
Now we're going to take you through, the lack of access of books and how that's a big issue in the community. The students in the village of Mamaroneck have great access to books through the Mamaroneck Public Library and through the school district, but research suggests that book ownership is an important factor in the literacy development among students.
So we came across a few studies from this book, No More Summer Reading Loss, showing essentially that reading achievement in students directly correlates with the amount of books available in the home. They also found that more affluent households had 2 to 3 times more books in the home, which explains the gap in reading skills between the children of low and high socioeconomic status. This research proves why our initiative, which is focused on providing books for students with a low socioeconomic status to keep in their homes, will have a strong impact on the reading skills of those students.
So this book desert map from Unite for Literacy is color-coded by area to show the percentage of homes that own over 100 books. The dark green being the area with the highest percentage of homes that own more than 100 books, and the more reddish colors are the areas with the least number of homes owning over 100 books. So these images show the percentages in certain areas of our own community. Here in the image on the left, you can see that we circled the proposed location for our initiative and that it resides in a more orange or reddish area, while the areas around it remain a prominent green. This data clearly shows that this specific area of the community would benefit most from our initiative.
In both the village of Larchmont and the village of Mamaroneck, there aren't many options in regards to purchasing books in person. Larchmont is fortunate enough to have Anderson's bookstore, which is stocked with children's books, both in English and in Spanish. However, in the village of Mamaroneck, the only place to purchase books is the CVS Mamaroneck Avenue, which is a location that has been closed due to flooding from the damage from Hurricane Ida. While purchasing books online is an option, many families of lower socioeconomic status have a more difficult time ordering books online due to factors such as a lack of a credit card and the lack of a steady mailing address. The public libraries do offer an expansive collection of books. However, the research shows that the most effective way in curbing the summer slide is to increase the number of books in the home.
Now we will briefly describe the existing efforts being made to prevent this issue. The Mamaroneck school system already have very strong efforts to curb the effects of the summer slide for its students. Their main initiative is their book giveaway program, which hands out a number of books to students who qualify for free and reduced lunch at the beginning of the summer. This giveaway happens only once throughout the summer. And other efforts associated with our schools include the co-op camp run in the summer and the Dos Caminos program.
And now we're going to take you through our plan and how it specifically helps students affected by the summer slide and works complementary to programs run by the district. As a group, we are going to construct a freestanding book depot at the Pape Memorial Park that will be in use for the summer months. The depot is located in the heart of the community, and proximity helps increase access and engagement with the depot. We will provide a constant stream of books to students living in the area, with a strong emphasis on 3rd through 5th graders, as they are the age that is most affected by the summer slide. During the summer, we will run weekly book talks with students in the community to increase engagement with the Book Depot. And we are also working closely with Mamaroneck Avenue School to promote our initiative, increase engagement among students, and build a community ownership over the depot. We are working closely with the administration of Mamaroneck Avenue School to ensure that the kids develop this sense of ownership that is so key to making this a success. We are planning for the students to participate in a design contest where the final design and themed depot will be chosen by the students. We are also working with the MAS administration to publicize both the kickoff event and the book club meetings through existing messaging systems in use by the school.
We chose this location shown in the image for its nice seating area, proximity to Mamaroneck Avenue School, and location with the community. We initially considered placing it on MAS property, but decided on a public park near it because we wanted it to feel like a part of the community and to have the students and community members take ownership of it. And we really want the students to view it as a fun community activity and spot rather than just associate it with school. Here is a 3D model we designed and what it would potentially look like in the proposed location. This is a basic model for now, as we do have plans for the students to participate in the design contest and help decorate it themselves.
All maintenance such as refurbishments or refilling of books will be done by us. Because this initiative takes place during the summertime, we have extra free time to be consistently maintaining the depot. After the summer is ended, we will examine its success and decide whether or not we want to continue our initiative in the future. And if so, we would search for organizations or groups within Mamaroneck High School that would be able to maintain it. And listed here are the funds we have graciously received to pay for both the cost of books and the structure itself. We would like to thank the Mamaroneck Schools Foundation, Ms. Ward, and the district for funding the creation of our book depot. And then here is a list of the community members we have worked with to get to this point. We are extremely grateful for all the help they have provided us with, and we will continue to be working with them in the future.
Thank you all for your time. Right now is the moment to ask any questions if you guys have any.
I think that this is just an absolutely great initiative, and hopefully it'll help stem the slide. I know that that is one of the main goals of co-op camp, and this works nicely in a tandem. You know, just also one thing I wanted to point out, that the library does sell books too. Downstairs in the basement, they have a room where they sell books. But I think part of the problem might be families not having a disposable income to devote to books. And you know, that's a shame, and that's why this is so important. And I thank you, gentlemen, so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions or comments for the young men?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm gonna need photographs for the newsletter when they get it built and put it up.
Can you gentlemen do that too? Yeah, we will definitely do that.
Yeah, we'll definitely take photos and make sure they get to you for the newsletter.
Thanks, Luca.
Take
Thanks.
take photos with yourselves next to it,
Mhm.
suitable for your college applications.
Exactly right.
And is there,
Yes, please.
is there anything that the village can do to assist you on this?
So we've been meeting with and corresponding with Mr. On, which is the foreman of the Parks Village of Mamaroneck, and we've discussed different ways of implementing it. You know, we were kind of pitching this idea to him of putting these poles in the ground, maybe like metal poles in the ground, because this is going to be in place during the summer. It'd be easy if we can have something that we can almost just place it onto and then, you know, lock it into for the summer. And then at the end of the summer, lift it back out of it. And next summer, it'll be easy to put it back into the ground because the poles or stilts will still be in ground.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it would also be make it a lot easier if there was any incoming weather like a hurricane or something that would really damage the structure, that we could take it out easily and put it in like one of our garages or something to keep it safe.
Well, Eli, I hope that it never comes to that, but I appreciate you thinking about it. And if anybody could come up with a solution on how to best mount this, it is Mr. On. But thank you, gentlemen. Good luck in the future.
Thank you very
I
much.
always say, Mamaroneck's chief export is smart children. Go out and make us proud.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next, we have a presentation of a payroll audit by the Bonadio Group. And Mr. Doyle will be presenting, or is it?
Adam will be presenting.
Hey, Adam, how are you?
Good. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, my name's Adam Kozelik from the Bonadio Group. I was the manager on this project. Tim Doyle, the partner, he's also on the call as well. Thank you for having us this evening, and I'm just going to briefly walk through the presentation, which was sent out earlier. So the village engaged us to do a review of your payroll activities for 2018, 2019, and 2020. The objective of this review was, one, to make sure that all employees are being paid at the appropriate rate. Two, that the overtime that is being earned is being paid at the appropriate rate, is being appropriately approved, and the supporting documentation to support those hours is being retained. And the third area we looked into was the village's healthcare plan, and for employees that opted into the healthcare plan, to make sure the amount that's being deducted from their pay each week or each pay period is appropriate. And also, on the other hand, for people who opted out of the healthcare plan, that they're receiving the appropriate stipends in the appropriate amount. So as part of this review, we requested the collective bargaining agreements that are in place, payroll registers for the time period, timesheets related to overtime, payroll authorizations of employee healthcare contributions, and open enrollment authorizations for all employees that have opted out of the health insurance benefit. Okay, so for the results of our review, for the review of the salaries, we were able to confirm that all individuals in the village were being paid their appropriate rate for the years that we reviewed, 2018, 2019, 2020. The one area to bring up is it wasn't always necessarily clear which step some of the union employees were on. It's easy to figure out for some employees, if they've been there for 4 years, they're on step 4. But for some employees, when they start on a step other than 1. And we didn't necessarily have the documentation to support, which step all of the individuals are supposed to be on. However, working with HR and with Maria and Danielle, we were able to resolve all those issues and determine that, yes, all individuals, full-time individuals, were being paid the appropriate amounts. Now, on the part-time employees, we were not able to verify that the rates that they were getting paid was approved, or there was no documentation to show an approved rate. In general, they were reasonable. However, the part-time salaries are approved as a total budget amount and not necessarily as, okay, this crossing guard is going to make this amount per hour and things like that. So one of the recommendations you'll see we have there is that a list of all part-time employees and what their appropriate rates is maintained, and all changes to the rates or increases are documented and approved. So there's a paper trail to show what the proper part-time employee rate should be. We're also going to recommend that the village develop an HR filing system to have all the necessary information readily available related to individual salaries. Like I said earlier, it wasn't always readily available to determine which step an individual is on. So we're recommending that a sheet or a file is maintained showing how much each individual is making, what their step they're on, showing approvals of salary increases and everything like that. Now, I know from speaking to Danielle and Maria, that they've started this process. Since our audit began, they've been building up on this process. So it's something that's moving forward. We have there is that this.
Adam, can I say one thing?
Yes, sir.
So in the most recent negotiated contract with the CSEA union, we eliminated the step guide. So individuals start at a starting salary and then they just get incremental increases based on whatever percentage is negotiated. So going forward, this process, that issue will be eliminated.
Okay, that's good to know. And thanks for letting me know.
Sure.
Does anybody have any other questions or comments before I move into the next two areas? Okay, so the next area of our review was overtime. We reviewed all of the overtime that was paid out to all employees over the course of a 3-year period. And in all instances, we were able to determine that the rate that they were getting paid was appropriate. We also looked into the timesheets and for approvals, and that process is a very manual process. Time cards are handwritten. It wasn't always legible on what the hours were or what the who the approver was. And for 2 of the pay periods, we were not able to receive the supporting documentation for the overtime. In discussions with Maria, they could not locate it. I think that was in the March and April timeframe of 2018, I believe. So for here, and I think this is also something that's in process, we're going to recommend that you institute an electronic time card application that will much more easily track individuals' hours. They'll be able to run reports. All this information will be retained. I think Danielle told me earlier today that they're phasing this time card process in. So I think that's going to be a good step, and it'll help eliminate all of this manual documentation. The last area that we reviewed was the healthcare deduction. So we took a look at individuals who had opted in to the healthcare plan and made sure that the amounts that were being deducted from their pay each period was appropriate, and that was the case. And we also reviewed the stipend payments for all individuals who receive a payment because they opted out of the healthcare plan. We reviewed all of those. And we were able to tie them out based on the approved listing that was provided to us by Human Resources. We were not provided like the individual forms for all of the individuals, like showing who signed up and who didn't sign up. We did our review based on a list being maintained by Human Resources, but we didn't note any issues in doing this review. So for this area, we're going to recommend that somebody independent of the person who is performing the payroll activities or processing the payroll do a review of like a spot check review. I'd say, you do it quarterly or monthly, pick 10, 15 employees, take a look at what their deductions are being what their deductions are for the healthcare, and make sure it's in line with the contract and the appropriate amounts. And also, I think there should be an independent review of the amounts and who the checks are going to related to the opt-out payments that are being received in June and December. Somebody independent of the payroll process should do a review to make sure that those amounts are appropriate and signed off on before they're issued.
Okay.
All right, so that's our report, and I want to thank Maria and Danielle for all of their help. It was a pretty long process, and I'm grateful for their assistance.
I appreciate them as well.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions or concerns from the board?
If anybody on the staff can explain the missing overtime records from March or April from 2018, what was the deal with that?
I wasn't here.
All right.
Danielle, I don't think was here either. So.
I mean,
I was not here.
Is it just a gap?
Well, there was a transition point where the former managers, we had like 2 managers within 16 months. So, it's a revolving door. So what ends up happening is that I think that at the same time, the office staff for the manager's office, I believe, was either planning to retire or, within the final months of retirement. So who knows? But I don't know. I don't have that.
I scanned the OT that was actually paid out during that period, and didn't notice anything that was unreasonable or variance from prior weeks. So it didn't appear that there was anything inappropriate or anything extreme from an OT perspective during those timeframes. I think it was just a matter of law.
All right, that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen.
All right,
Thanks,
thank
Tim.
you.
Take care, Adam.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Have
Bye-bye.
a good night.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Laura, for being on this call.
Laura's not going anywhere.
Oh, well, I still thank her.
Okay.
Consider yourself pre-thanked, Laura.
Sounded like a dismissal. That's all.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is communication to the board. This morning I received, and the whole board received, an email from the flood committee that I promised them I would read into the record, and I'm going to read it right now. Dear Mayor and Board of Trustees and Village Manager, on March 22nd, 2022, the FEMAC, which is the flood committee, meeting by Zoom with 30 Mamaroneck residents attendees, the most since the September flood. And at the other FEMAC meetings, it was apparent that both members of the FEMAC and community members are dissatisfied with the progress of flood protection in the village of Mamaroneck. The FEMAC takes its role as flood mitigation advisor to the VOM very seriously and has been working at the issues below relentlessly. This letter is an attempt to begin to lay a path for better flood control in the village of Mamaroneck, a process for moving forward together for a drier Mamaroneck. The tipping point for this dissatisfaction was a March 10th, 2022 U.S. Army Corps of Engineers meeting between the mayor and the village manager, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and reps from various government agencies. There was no prior heads up, discussions with, nor representation from FEMAC. FEMAC has been requesting a meeting since the fall of 2021. In addition, the trustees were unaware of the meeting, nor were they informed afterwards. This dissatisfaction can be summed up on 3 fronts: communication and cooperation between FEMAC and the village of Mamaroneck, the Army Corps of Engineers projects the village of Mamaroneck can address itself. Fundamental to these 2 fronts is the need for transparency, communication, and participation between the village of Mamaroneck trustees and the administration, FEMAC, members of our community, and the ACE. FEMAC politely and assertively requests again that the items be addressed immediately as a way to move forward so that community members can be provided with better flood protection starting ASAP. Attendance at the FEMAC, these are the numbered items. 1, attendance at the FEMAC monthly meetings by village staff, village manager, assistant manager designee, or the mayor. Meetings with and continued discussion with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. During the 2016-2017 discussions with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers members and community members, we're told time and time again that the issues raised during the planning phase concluded in, I guess this is, I guess it's 217, I don't know what it, would be addressed at the start of the design phase. Currently, we're hearing input will be accepted by ACE at, which is the Army Corps of Engineers, at 60% design. This is way too late for successful projects. FEMAC needs a seat at the ACE meetings as soon as design begins, so that issues raised during the 26-27 meetings with the community, FEMAC, and VOM administration can begin to be addressed. Projects the village of Mamaroneck can address. There are many projects that the village of Mamaroneck can begin in-house. FEMAC has been requesting pre and post item that these projects be implemented ASAP. At the March FEMAC meeting, community members expressed frustration and anger that these projects were not being addressed. Projects include cleaning the rivers of debris, removing silt buildups, regular and emergency maintenance of storm drains, identifying and securing floatables, identifying and communicating emergency parking areas, improving the flood alert system, additional trash removal from home cleanouts rate Ida, removal of the road to nowhere. We, the FEMAC and community members, are looking to move forward together for a dry Mamaroneck by communicating and participating transparently with the Village of Mamaroneck trustees, administration, and the Army Corps. Sincerely, FEMAC members. Okay, there's just a couple of things that I want to point out. Yes, there was a meeting on March 10th, 2022, or it wasn't March 8th, I forget. The tipping point. That was between the mayor and the village manager. Okay, what this meeting was this was a meeting between the governmental entities to decide what their individual responsibilities were toward the plan. The village manager had emailed the whole village board about the meeting happening. I attended for the first 10 minutes of the meeting, basically just to thank all of the participants, all of the governmental agencies for all the hard work they were doing for the village of Mamaroneck, to tell them how much we appreciated that. And I asked them what's the soonest possible time we can have a meeting with the community and the Army Corps of Engineers, at which time they told me that it was at the 60% design phase. After that, I went back to work. And then the staff dealt with the governmental agencies. And what this was a get to know each other meeting of the major governments. It was the New York State DEC, Westchester County, Village of Mamaroneck, Army Corps of Engineers, and a representative, I believe, from Senator Schumer's office. So this was not a vast meeting to talk about design, a meeting to talk about the plan in particular. More, it was a meeting to talk about whose responsibility was what and how that was going to be hashed out. I did not participate in that part of it. And I had nothing to report back other than that I thanked those who were helping us, which I believe was my place to do as the mayor of this community, to let other governmental agencies know that we appreciate their support and we depend upon their support, and to show that appreciation by showing up and saying thank you. I did that in the middle of my workday, and then I went back to work. So that's the first thing I wanted to talk about. Another item, currently we are hearing that input will be accepted by ACE at 60% design. This is way too late for a successful project. I just want to remind folks of what we have here. This is a plan that was approved by the Army Corps of Engineers already. This is not a new plan. This is a plan that was presented to the village. This is a plan that in sum and substance is the plan we have. This plan was funded under the Ida Relief Act with a specific mind toward the village of Mamaroneck. Senator Schumer put in the Ida Relief Act that any plan that was approved by the Army Corps of Engineers already would then be funded by the Army Corps, by the Ida Relief Act. This absolved the village of Mamaroneck and the county of Westchester of any financial responsibility for this plan. You know, this was all communicated to everyone. This was communicated to the Board of Trustees. The fact that this meeting was happening was communicated to the Board of Trustees. There was no nefarious plotting, no nefarious plans being laid out without public input. And I explained this, and I explained it to the flood committee, and I'm sorry that I didn't explain it adequately. And I just want to point out some of the items that they talked about that weren't happening, do happen. There is regular and emergency maintenance of storm drains. We have approved a flood alert system that is going to be in the budget this year. Removal of additional trash from homes after Ida. There has never been more trash picked up or more efficient cleanup of a community than this village had after Ida. It's amazing to me that for folks that have lived through all the floods, ask them how they felt about what happened this time. This was the first time the village of Mamaroneck ever pumped out anybody's basement. We did that this year. We picked up more garbage in 2 days than we usually pick up in 3 months. Removal of the road to nowhere. Road to nowhere is in Harrison. It is not in the village of Mamaroneck. I have facilitated 2 meetings between the mayor of Harrison and members of the flood committee. The first was when I first became mayor and Mayor Belmont was mayor of Harrison. The second was very recently where I met with a past chair of the flood committee and the present chair of the flood committee out on the road to nowhere with the present mayor of Harrison. And he told us he would look into it and get back to us. He got back to us and basically said Harrison isn't interested in doing this. Now, that might be something that Westchester County might get involved in, but the Army Corps of Engineers plan that we now have does not include removing that road. And let me just let folks know something. This is the plan that we have now. I'm not saying we can't have input in it and we can't have our voices heard, but we're not getting a new plan. If we ask for a new plan, this is all gone tomorrow and we go back to square one. Square one, I'm telling you, if it ever happens, 15 years out, if it gets approved again. But why would the federal government do all that work for a community that would then have twice turned down an Army Corps of Engineers plan? So while I understand the frustration and I understand the fear and I understand the trepidation that our residents have every time it rains really hard, we have never, ever been this close before. We're on the 1 yard line. And I know people don't think things are happening, but things are happening. Trustee Young has proposed a vast increase in the budget for river cleanups in this community, which has not been going on in the past few years with the regularity that it should be
I
going
was going to
on.
mention that we didn't get to it in the work session.
And we will get to it in a future work session. But I just, I want to work in cooperation with the flood committee, but we also have to tell people what the facts are. And I wanted to be the liaison to the flood committee. Trustee Natchez decided he wanted to do that, so I let that go. But I will be attending the flood committee meetings because I think it's important that when issues like this come up, we can have that discussion right away. I talked to the chair of the flood committee in the past couple of days, and I've told him how I viewed this and how I viewed what has happened. And so I am looking forward to working in cooperation and in tandem. But we all have to be on the same page with our facts. And I just want to point out that meeting, which I attended for 10 minutes to give a salutation and to ask them to more quickly meet with the community, was between government agencies and to hash out who had what responsibility. And it wasn't about design or anything like that. So with that being that, and I thank you for the indulgence of allowing me to explain my side of that.
May I?
Lou, yeah.
I listened to a lot of it, and Trustee Natchez can attest that they are very, very disappointed in us collectively for what we haven't done yet. Not that our hearts haven't been in the right places, but we simply haven't done enough by their lights. And I think the thing we can do is that they talk about the immediate addressing of the debris and silt buildup. I took 2 tours of the rivers, and I know the other trustees, Nora and Dan and Vicar, have all taken tours before. There's things there we can do right away. And we have the line, we have the program in the budget. We have the money that we could put into it, and we can let them know immediately that we care enough to just start doing something. They just want to see us do something, and I don't blame them. So that's it, and we'll get to that. And I would hope that we could just all agree that needs to happen quickly, because this last flood really traumatized people.
Without doubt.
Okay, so that's all.
We have participants with their hands up. Now it's communication to the board. I just want to remind everyone, communication to the board. You have 5 minutes, which is ample. I like to remind people that the Gettysburg Address was 272 words, and it took 2.5 minutes, and it explained the origin, the progress, and the aftermath, with the proposed aftermath of the Civil War. Now, I don't expect everybody to be Lincoln, but we don't have the Civil War either. Oh, and we've been joined by Augie Fusco.
Good evening.
Hey, there he is. Okay, Mr. Gill, let's go with Mr. Gill.
Oh, sorry. All right.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So, Mayor, thank you for reading the letter. Thank you all for paying attention to these issues. So I guess I would like to only talk about one thing, and that's the Army Corps project. And Tom, I understand, Mayor Tom, that the Corps and the meeting that you had was very kind of preliminary. What I experienced 5 years ago with the villagers was anger 5 times worse than we saw last Tuesday night. And there was a whole bunch of questions. Where was the center line of the river going to go? How are the easements going to be taken, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the Army Corps' response again and again, as I said in the letter, was that at the beginning of the design project process, they would sit down with us and address these things. And so I really think that I'm not talking about taking bridges in or out. All I'm saying is all of these maybe minute questions that our villagers had that were not answered last time, they said they would answer them at the beginning of the design phase. And I'd really like to hold them to that, because I think that will make the project successful. And I think if we go down the road to 60% and we don't get this stuff on the table, then there's going to be a big hue and cry. And I'd like to avoid that. So I appreciate all the things that you all have been doing for the village. Thank you very much. I really would like to push the Corps to answer those questions that we had the last time. So that's my 2 cents.
And Tony, I just want to let you know, and I do enjoy dialogue with you, and I think you're doing a great job. So let me get that off the table there. But I will tell you this: I called Senator Schumer's office today, and I asked them to have the Army Corps, give us a date certain and to please speed it up. So I did make that call today.
All right, great. Thank you very much. And thank you all.
Have a good evening.
Okay, you too.
All right, let's get
Thanks,
to the
guys.
other popular Mr. Tippett.
Say that again?
I said, let's get, I'm just calling the next participant.
Hello, am I heard?
Yes.
Good evening. Welcome to April, where the toughest decision you have to make is, do you eat the ears or the tail first, or do you like the yellow or pink peeps better? On the flood, Lou is absolutely correct. The rivers do need a lot of work, and hopefully you will once again have a work crew that will be maintaining the rivers on a regular basis when it's brought up at the next meeting. The kids did a great presentation. 2 suggestions is they ought to do a book drive. There are homes that have literally hundreds of books that they could donate, lightly read books that they could donate from one part of the village to the other. And I always say with organizations like this, do a GoFundMe, state your case, and this community is very, very generous with donations for that type of project. We basically are coming back to the spring. We're going to be doing the budget soon. I look for a lot of input for that. The other one that was mentioned was the transfer station. Jerry mentioned on the transfer station that we're doing it in-house. did we spend any money on planning, or did we also do the planning in-house?
Nope. We didn't spend any money on planning yet. That comes as part of the package.
Okay, so basically it would be planning and the materials. We're doing that in-house. Did we ever do the harbor master roof, or are we going to also do that in-house?
We completed the harbor estimate roof. We didn't do it in-house. We didn't build that in-house.
Okay. And did we ever address the schoolhouse that also had a leak?
I don't think we did, but I have to check. Dan, do you remember that one?
I can't recall. I know there's some.
I can't recall, Glenn. Our mind is like mush most days.
Okay, yeah, it was brought up at the same time. The little schoolhouse might need some roof work too. Thank you.
Okay.
Good night, Glenn. Next up is Robert. Robert, unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the Village's Board of Trustees March 14th meeting, one second. I made the comment that I wished all members of the board would not make negative comments about one another, as I was disturbed by the exchanges I had observed during that meeting and previous meetings. In response, the mayor shook his head, raised his voice, and attacked my integrity and did his best to intimidate me. By his very comments and tone, he made clear the reason for my remarks. Why is it so hard for some people to accept that sometimes not everyone will agree with everything one says or does? In fact, it is okay to disagree and even disapprove of some of the things others say or do. My exchange with the mayor was mentioned in the Lowhead article entitled Endorsement of Mamaroneck Trustee Divides Democrats, published on March 16th, 2022. Anyone interested in listening to that exchange will find it on LMC Media titled Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees, March 14th, 2022 on YouTube. This personal attack by the mayor is unfortunately a pattern for him. He repeatedly misuses his position to publicly denigrate any individuals not aligned with his policy positions or who oppose his ideas. He shouts and talks over anyone with whom he doesn't agree. There are residents who have been shocked and appalled by the mayor's impolite conduct, both publicly and privately. His inability to respect other opinions or collaborate with colleagues, his use of the press and social media to spread ugly and unsubstantiated innuendo regarding village officials and residents, and his demeaning references to residents. The mayor of the Village of Mamaroneck has no right to try to embarrass, ridicule, or intimidate a resident/citizen who is calling in to offer constructive criticism regarding the behavior or the actions of members of the Board of Trustees. It is beneath the dignity of the office of the mayor and does not serve our village well.
Thank you, Robert. Next up is Maria D. Maria D. Fiore. Maria, do you have your hand up?
Maria, unmute yourself.
I think she was on for the regular meeting.
Yeah, it's a different Maria D. I don't think Maria De Fiore is a panelist.
Oh, okay. Then go to Maria D. I'm sorry.
It's a different person.
Oh, why don't we go to Maria D?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, I just wanted to say that I was in attendance at the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee on the meetings on the 22nd. And that was when I learned that there was a meeting between the mayor, the village manager, and the Army Corps of Engineers on March 10th. I was shocked to learn this information, as was everybody else who was at that meeting. So I went back to the Board of Trustees recording of the work session and regular meeting on March 14th. And there was no mention of flooding during the meeting, but flooding was discussed during the work session. And on March 14th, 4 days after this meeting, no mention was made of the Army Corps meeting during the work session while flooding was being discussed with the chair of the Flood Mitigation Advisory Department. I find this lack of transparency appalling. The residents and business owners of our community who continue to suffer the effects of flooding deserve more respect and constant communication from you, even if it is to just say, there is a meeting, this is the date. And then after the meeting, come back and say, nothing was discussed, nothing of value was discussed. I just introduced myself. The people need to know. People are suffering from flooding constantly in this village, and the lack of communication is reprehensible. This lack of transparency and communication cannot continue. In order to ensure that something like this does not happen in the future, I respectfully request that this Board of Trustees consider perhaps appointing a different member of the board to be the lead coordinator with the village manager on the Army Corps project. There is no excuse for this blatant lack of transparency and communication in our village, and it needs to be corrected now. If we can't have someone who's going to communicate, then we need to appoint someone who can.
Yeah, I just want to point out, Maria, and I thought I was clear. The board was aware that there was going to be a meeting. Jerry sent an email saying there was going to be a meeting. You know, that might not have been communicated at the flood committee meeting, and I'm sorry about that. But it should have been, because it was knowledge known by the board. I was there for 10 minutes. I had nothing to report, and I'm sorry that you're upset about that, but there was not anything substantive to report, because I was just there in my capacity as mayor to thank them and to hope that they, continue working hard for our community, which I think is my responsibility. And frankly, I'll keep doing that responsibility. But thank you for your input.
I understand that, Mayor. I understand you were the goodwill ambassador, but the meeting continued after the 10 minutes that you were there.
That's
and no one
correct.
was given a report as to what happened until just now, when you received a letter from the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee demanding to know what happened. Otherwise, none of this would have come out. If it hadn't been by happenstance that the Flood Committee found out about it, none of this would have come out. We live in a democracy and we need to be transparent. And thank you for your time.
I really take umbrage at that. I have been extremely transparent. I have been breaking, my neck to try and get this flood plan done. We started a petition which thousands of people in this village signed. I've been mentioning it and calling elected officials nonstop. I'm sorry that you were disappointed at the flood committee meeting, but that is not the totality of what has happened in this community. And and also I think when, just for future reference, when you appear before the Board of Trustees to speak about an issue and you are an appointed member of a board of commission, you should identify yourself as that member. That is something that's in the village code. So the next time, please just identify that you're a member of the ethics board when you come before the board to talk about an issue of your concern. And you can talk to the other members of the board, and I'm sure the ethics board, and they'll tell you that that's the protocol. But thank you. The next up is Mr. O'Connor. I assume it's Mr. O'Connor. Tim O. I'm sorry. You know what? You do Bernie first. Bernie was there first, and then we'll get to Tim.
Hello. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, Bernie.
Okay. I had a couple of statements, couple of questions, maybe you can answer. I'm not here to fight with you guys. I think you guys are doing a good job, trying to get this off of the ground. Good intentions, which I kind of like. But there needs to be a little bit more focus on this flood situation from all of you guys. Less fighting, Lou was on the mitigation going after Dan Natchez about political, you voted for this. I see you guys, the Army Corps of Engineer, the plan was supposed to be done a few years ago, but Trump threw it down. I'm sick of all that stuff. We need to just focus and start concentrating on this. This should be the number one thing on your guys' agenda every single time that you come to these meetings. That's my, my first thing. You said that the plan was already done through the Army Corps of Engineers. And my question is, if it was already done and it's already there, then why are we waiting for this 60% for them to have this meeting? That's my first question.
I think I'd like to try and take a shot at answering that. And Jerry, if you could, if I missed something, please feel free to jump in here. The outline of the plan was approved by Congress, I think, in 2017. Like any big engineering plan, they don't do the specific drawings and the specific, environmental, review and looking at the environment that is being built in until it's approved and until the money's there. So we're there now, and they're actually, you send it, they send a set of plans out to be bid upon, right?
Yeah, but there's this plan that's on the website.
Now, Bert,
on your website.
Let me finish.
Okay.
That isn't bid documents, right? That's a plan, a conceptual plan, which is the basis for the bid documents.
Okay.
Once they do the bid documents and, they start that design, then they're gonna, and as what I've been told, then they're gonna confer with us, and then they're gonna send out, those bid documents for contractors to bid upon so that the work can begin. Jerry, is that in some substance what it is?
Yeah, Mayor, when Dan and I and Chief Leahy at the time reviewed the 60% plans for the work that's going to be done on Mamaroneck Avenue by the county, the 60% plans represent the time when the design team goes back to the community and asks for all the changes that they're looking for. So that's what you can't change a design unless you have something preliminary. And that's what we did with Mamaroneck Avenue. And that's why we were able to move Waverly Avenue.
Okay, that's fine. But there's a plan that's out there that was out there in 07 after the 07 thing. And there was this plan. Yeah. And there was this pipe that's going through Columbus Park and they're going to dredge the rivers. Is that the plan that they're going to do, or is they're going through a wholly?
No. Yes. That's the plan, Bern. That's the plan.
Okay, so why are they waiting for 60% to come out and have this meeting if the plan is already out there? That's my question is.
Jerry, just explain that again.
So that you can recommend the design changes in the 60% plan. The 60% plan is barely halfway done. And so what you do is you look at the preliminary design that they're providing you, and you recommend and make changes or negotiate those changes based on different factors, Bern. So then it goes to a 90% plan, which is almost done. And then at that point, the final changes, the final adjustments are made to the plan, and then the final 100% plan and bid documents are produced. So that's the process for any engineering project. So the plan was developed to identify the funding that's needed, to see which partners were going to be moving, to be participating in what level, as far as, millions of dollars. That plan has been in place. The money is now in place, and now they're starting to design it so that they can actually get the work done.
Okay, but that plan that's out on your website is a construction plan, and it's I don't know if it's misleading. Maybe it's misleading to me, because they're putting in a pipe. They're moving things around. I'm looking at a construction. We're all worried about the construction plan, like what's going to happen, like how are they going to do this? That's what I think everyone's looking at. Like when are they going to bring the backhoes in and do this stuff. And I'm looking at it, well, I agree, there should be a plan, but
Yeah.
what is the plan? And I think that's why it's a little misleading on the website. You have a plan, an engineered plan of construction plans on the website.
The plan on the website is the plan that they're going to design documents so that it can be put out to bid, so that it can be constructed. That's just a plan. They don't have, the design ends up being all of the detail, all of the nitty gritty, all of the small stuff. And so at the 60% level, that's when it gets reviewed by the village and others. And the changes are made based on whatever changes are permitted to be made. In addition to that, the DEC, who's also a project manager on this project, recommends and brings to the table whatever they can. Because the DEC has another pot of money that they want to participate in adding additional benefits outside of the village. They want to do work in Harrison. They want to do work in Scarsdale. They want to do work in the town of Mamaroneck so that it helps lessen the impact that we're going to have to deal with. That's the kind of stuff that the DEC would bring to the table at the 60% level.
Okay.
So
That's,
Bernie, I gotta move on. I'm sorry, my friend.
I have questions though. I got 5
Bernie,
minutes. I got
Bernie,
5 minutes to
5
talk.
minutes.
You guys talk for 3 of the
Bernie?
5 minutes.
Bernie,
What?
we're trying to get to everybody and there's a 5-minute limit. I'm really sorry.
You guys talked for
We were
for
answering
3
your
minutes.
questions.
No, you stopped me when I have a list of questions. And then
Bernie,
you
we were
said,
answering your questions.
I understand that. I get that. But I talked for a minute. You talked for 4 minutes. That's not talking for 5
I
minutes.
stopped him.
Okay, tell him.
Yeah, I did stop the clock when Tom was addressing your,
Okay. So what am I up to?
I have about 20 seconds left now.
All right, it's.
Oh, now I got 20 seconds now because I have to,
Bernie,
because I have to.
calm down. Ask your next question.
Okay, my next question is if this plan is done, why is not the reservoir being addressed here? If this plan is, or do you guys know if this reservoir is if the reservoir is in the plan with the dam in the plan and the dredging of the reservoir? Because my feeling is that this is all going to be all for naught if we don't fix that dam and that reservoir, because there's too much water coming down here. You got to slow it. You have to slow this down. And my other thing is, you need to put more pressure on Harrison, Scarsdale, White Plains, and all of these upriver towns. And Tom, you need to be our mouthpieces here. And my other question is who are the contractors doing this? Is the Army Corps coming in and doing this? Or are you going to get some outside contractor who you're going to have to throw off like the Jefferson Avenue Bridge, and you're going to have to throw them off the job when they start the job, and it becomes just a cluster F after that? That was my other question.
What does the F mean in the cluster? What does the F mean?
Stop.
I'll say it over the air. I don't care.
No, all right. Thank you, Bernie. Go to Tim O'Connor. Tim, unmute yourself, please. Tim
O'Connor and Reed O'Connor, Washington Street. Just to piggyback off the streams, we definitely need the cleaning of the Sheldrick without a doubt. I had some of the trustees walking around last week or so, walking around for a few days. It really needs, it's been actually a lot of work needs to get cleaned up over there. It's been neglected for years. And so one of the things that I did point out is the industrial section that parallels the Sheldrick there. There is no fencing. So when the flood came, it took everything from the industrial section and floated it right down to the Sheldrick, and there was no barrier or fencing to prevent all that stuff from flowing into the Sheldrick, causing tires to be there, pallets, and so forth. So maybe that could be addressed, while we're coming up with a game plan. The other thing I want to ask is that if you could bring this to the next work session and put this on your agenda and fund it right off the bat, that'd be great. The last thing here is, one of the things that don't work well for us here during rainstorms are the pitching of the streets and the collections of the sewer drains. Washington Street continually floods and pools at every rainstorm. The water is standing water. We have sent pictures in, so you guys are aware of the situation. Other than that, we really definitely need the support from the board. This is all optics. We're all watching you guys to roll out a plan and to implement something here, the low-hanging fruit, as the Flood Advisory Committee calls it.
Hi, this is Rita. I just needed a few minutes. I'm going to talk really briefly and kind of piggyback on what Maria DeRose said earlier about transparency. I don't know if there's a way you guys can create some meeting minutes and have it in a central location where anybody could go onto the site to see what's been done. We are all watching. I live on Washington Street. I've lived through the 2007 flood, and I lived through Ida. In 2007, we had almost 6 feet of water in our home, and we lost everything on the first floor of our home. And during Ida, we had almost 7 feet of water, and we're still living through it. I know everyone's kind of gone on, with their life, but we're still living. We're still in the hell living through it. Some people are still displaced. Some people have lost their homes. So we are watching. Nothing has been done in all the months since Ida, and I, with a heavy heart, try to rebuild back my home, knowing that nothing has been done to change the problem or to fix the problem, and it can happen again. And so we want to know what's going on. We want to know what's happening. If you don't want our input, that's one thing, but you need to be transparent about what's happening so we stop asking the questions. We need to know at any given time where we're at. If it was just a meet and greet meeting, why not let us know about it? So we don't have to go back and ask the questions, and there's not rumors going around, what's going on, what's not happening, and why aren't they telling us? We really want to know everything, real time, where you guys are at with this plan. If you think it's menial, we still want to know about it. So I don't know if there's a way to create some meeting minutes or a website or somewhere we can just all go and know, what's going on with the plan.
You know what, Rita, you make a good point. And I think that possibly a solution to that would be maybe on the village website to have a link that said flood news, and we can update it every time that we make a little progress, or even if we backslide and there's a problem, we should put it up there. And this way people can just click on the link and see where we are, where we're going.
I think that's a great idea. I don't know if you have a project manager per se, but with a timeline of, target dates, and we can see if we're meeting those target dates and seeing for each phase what we're supposed to be doing. I mean, any information, at least we can see where we're at. And, maybe it'll cut down on the amount of questions you're going to be asked, because you're going to be getting a lot of, questions. We want answers. We want to know that this is on the forefront of this village, and that this is a priority on everyone's table.
And and I will start when I can't promise I'll be there for everyone, but I'll start attending the FEMAC, Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee, so you get it straight from me.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim and Rita. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Now let's go to the Abatis.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, James Abadi. So, on the transparency situation, I'd like to ask a question to the board. Since the mayor notified everybody about this meeting, can I ask the board, everybody was notified that this meeting was occurring?
I knew because I asked Jerry a while back what was going on with the Army Corps, and he told me we got a meeting coming up, and it's just scheduling and doing stuff. And I said, boy, it'd be nice to be at that. He goes, well, they want to keep it on the lowdown until they get to 60%. So I said, yeah, okay. I knew about it.
And there was an email that Jerry sent out about it.
All right, well, my question is, as a taxpayer, I'm asking all the trustees, since you said, Mayor, that you notify everyone about this meeting, and then since this is the main question, I'm asking the other trustees, were they notified about this meeting? Nora, you were going to say something.
Yeah, there was an email that went out February 8th saying that Jerry was going to try and set up a meeting, but we weren't told about the meeting. And, I think that this is like a lesson. We can't operate this way anymore. The meeting was March 10th. I'm with Tony Gelber. I was on the flood mitigation committee with him for many years before I was a trustee. I know that the Army Corps made promises to start answering questions once they got to the design phase. I know that the Army Corps needs to be transparent. It's part of what the requirement for their process is. And I think it's too bad that 2 weeks ago, after this meeting happened, it wasn't discussed at the meeting. We can't go on that way. And while it's great that Tom is going to keep people informed, the reality, he's not the designated liaison for the Board of Trustees for the flood. There is no designated liaison with the Army Corps. So I think we need to understand what the process is. I think the Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee needs to be very involved in this process. I think Dan, as somebody who has experience working with the Army Corps that none of the rest of us have, and as the liaison, need to be involved in this process. And, government works slowly. This isn't going to be a fast process, but we all need to be informed and, get the questions answered, hopefully before we ask them, but to make the process more efficient. But yeah, we all need to work on this project together and make sure that everybody's informed every step of the way.
All right, thank you, Nora. And the reason I asked that question is because Mayor Murphy is saying that he notified everyone and he emailed everyone that there was a meeting. And you're saying no. That's why I asked the Flood Mitigation Committee should be more aggressive, and they should have been involved in everything, whether it was going to be an intensive meeting or whether it was not going to be an intensive meeting, it doesn't matter. But Mayor, you're shaking your head, but you just said that you notified everyone, you emailed all the Board of Trustees.
I can,
and you're
I
saying
can send
no.
you the email.
What's that?
I can send you the email.
All right, so let me ask Dan Ashes then, since he's also on the Flood Mitigation Committee, were you aware of that meeting? Before or after that meeting occurred or was going to occur?
Unmute.
Technical difficulties. The answer is I was not aware of the March 10th meeting. The board had directed Jerry some time back to try and set up a meeting with the Corps, and Jerry said he was in the process of doing so. He did not know that the meeting would take place on December 10th, did not know on the 14th after the board meeting, and did not know until I got an email that the village manager sent to the chair of FEMAC that the meeting had taken place.
All right, thank you. And this is just what I'm trying to say. It's not that, as a taxpayer, as a person and that lives in the flats, as a person that's been flooded, this is disheartening because there's contradictions here. What the mayor's saying, what everybody's saying. At the end of the day, we're sitting here still trying to revamp from the flood, and it's hard to, it's hard for us to hear this. I'm going to have another question, Mayor.
Yeah, and just to answer your question, this is what Jerry wrote. I told everybody in the Board of Trustees that the first meeting was with the staff, and the mayor only attended for 10 minutes to thank everyone for their anticipated work. He was doing elevator work at the Veterans Hospital that day. I was transparent and communicated with you on February 8th, 2022. At the meeting on March 10th, we asked when we could bring in others, and they said at the 60% phase of design. So on February 8th, Jerry sent an email telling us that he was going to meet with the board of, with the Army Corps and the other, governmental agencies. And nobody said, hey, I want to be there or anything like that.
Said he was going to set up a meeting, Tom. He didn't say there was a meeting set up.
None of you said, hey, I want to be there, or we should participate. Or,
I
hey,
thought we
feedback.
knew about it.
Let me
I thought we
finish.
knew about it,
Don't
Tom.
yell, don't yell. No one on this board said I want to participate. No one on this board said I want FEMAC to be there or anything like that.
All right, so let's listen, instead of arguing, I have to bring it up. They shouldn't have to say they wanted to be at the meeting. If it was a known fact that there was going to be a meeting, then I'm sure somebody would have said, listen, we need to be there, or the flood mitigation committee. Listen, no, Mayor, you said that, I'm not trying to attack. Well, you get upset, but you said that you told everyone there was a meeting.
Yeah.
You're saying.
Okay. I said everyone knew there was a meeting.
Okay, listen, Mayor.
And I know specifically because I asked.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why nobody else asked Jerry when the meeting was going to be and if we could go. But Jerry, you remember the conversation we had?
Yep.
Yeah, I asked, can I go?
Okay,
so for the record, anytime there's a meeting, before the meeting, make sure everybody knows, and then we won't have these conversations anymore.
Well, so
that's what I was getting at.
So Jim, if you can, so I'll respond to that. So that's okay. I have no problem with that. But I said in that email that the first meeting will be with staff. That's what I said. Yeah. Everyone knew the first meeting was going to be with staff. And that's exactly what it was going to be. Me and Dan.
No,
that's what it said in the email.
Nora, I'm sorry. I went to thank them for helping this community. I did not go to participate in the staff meeting. And so please don't mischaracterize it. And it was totally appropriate and good that I did that. This community is getting help from a lot of people. And as the chief elected officer, I went and I thanked those people. And I took the time out of my work day to do this.
All right, well, listen, Mayor, we appreciate that. Okay. We just transparency is what I'm getting at, because and if we can't trust one another, then we're the taxpayers watching this. Where does that leave us? But my other question is, I'm going to move on from that. The transfer station. I know you guys are talking about fixing it. Let me ask you a question. Why the other municipalities don't have a transfer station? Mount Vernon, Rye, Harrison, Portchester, they all go right to the dumps, directly to the dump, and dump their garbage. And the other thing is, why do we have a transfer station right on our brook, and it's in a residential area in a floodplain? Why can't we try to do away with this transfer station? Because I know it was pushed here years ago, but it stinks. I know it's supposed to be construction, but we smell garbage at all times. As soon as it gets hot, it's disgusting. I'm just asking, is there a way that we can try to get rid of the transfer station? Because I don't think we should have it here, honestly.
Jim, are you talking about the village transfer station or the private transfer station?
Well, you got two.
No, I understand. That's what I mean.
Most of the municipalities, I work sanitation. They go right to the dump. They don't dump any garbage on the floor or on the grounds. They bring their trucks directly to the dumps. There's one in Yonkers, one in Mount Vernon, and one in White Plains. We smell garbage all summer long here. It's disgusting.
I know the town of Mamaroneck has a transfer station over on Maxwell.
Well, what I'm asking you is the construction, which so-called construction.
That's the private. That's the private.
Right. Why is it that it's allowed to be?
That's a good question.
In Mamaroneck, is there anything we can do to try to?
Yeah, good question.
That's a good question, and that was a deal probably somebody made a long time ago. And you're right; they've been nothing but.
Plus, Mayor, that's the county's. The Suburban handles all of the county material.
Right.
Yeah,
they have a contract with them.
I used to work with them, and they got a contract years ago that nobody has questioned. But it's on a floodplain. It's disgusting, and honestly, somebody should look into it and try to get rid of it.
That's a good point. Okay, thank you, Mr. Biden.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. All right, let's get to our voluminous agenda. Public hearing. Public hearing on fiscal year 2022-2023 tentative budget. I need a motion, please, to open this public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Somebody call the roll. Who's calling the roll? Sally?
Augie, do you want me to do it? Trustee Young,
Yes.
Natchez?
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tafour,
So four seems to be absent.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. All right, Jerry, the floor is yours.
And go into presentation mode and then I'll introduce it.
Mayor, a second.
Go ahead, no, go ahead, go ahead. I read it.
Okay.
Okay, so the remaining trustees. The tentative budget was stamped in last week, several days before the deadline. The budget, as you already know, has been a very collaborative process with our staff. They're really getting good at it. We're making some changes regarding how we approach the department head level budget process. And then we really rely on, or I rely on Augie and Laura and Dan to complete the process. I do have the privilege of making a couple of final edits, and everyone's thrilled about that. But the truth is, this budget is one of our better budgets, and we're looking forward to having some additional initiatives presented by the Board of Trustees during the department head level meetings, so that they can help the departments with some of the items that they may have left out of this budget. But there's some significant room in the budget to be able to, if the board wants to, get up to the cap. And Dan, I'm going to pass it on to Dan so he can explain the numbers and the budget and the stuff that we worked on last week and today. So go ahead, Dan.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Yep. So first we'll just start with calculating the tax rate, and it's just basically a little bit of high school mathematics. I can.
Dan, just make sure you speak up so everyone can hear it.
So the total general fund budget as recommended by the manager is $41,321,290,000. To calculate the tax rate, we just kind of work backwards. We estimated approximately $13,455,000 in revenues, with an additional $600,000 fund balance. That leaves the remaining balance to be raised through the property tax levy of $27,265,902. And based on the current valuation of property in the village, it yields a tax rate of $6.04 per $1,000 of assessed value for each property. And as the board knows, we are at full value. And that's actually allowed us to really maintain a stable tax base and a stable tax rate for the last, I think, 5 or 6 years now. In terms of the property tax cap, this is just kind of a summary of the sheet that we fill out. There's a spreadsheet that the New York State Controller's Office provides to us. And based on the incorporation of last year's levy, the pilots, the payment in lieu of taxes, available levy growth, the natural growth in the tax base, the tax levy can increase by $595,289. But based on a number of those revenues and expenditures, which are going to be, we're estimating less on certain expenditures and more on certain revenues, we've managed to fall well below that tax cap amount by $311,302. We're actually looking to increase the overall levy based on our calculations is $283,987. That's based on looking at the change in the levy, and just counteracting with some of our major cost drivers, which include our benefits, which I think right now are somewhere around 80% of salary. Is that, am I remembering correctly, Jerry?
Nope.
Yep.
Say that again.
80% is our fringe benefit
Yeah.
rate.
So 80% of for every dollar that we pay an employee, 80 cents is added to fringe benefits, which is medical, pension, taxes, etc.
FICA.
Yep. And this is a 10-year history of our fund balance. This is the total fund balance. The unrestricted, I believe, is a little over $14 million right now. But as you can see, there's been a steady growth in our fund balance, because of, shrewd financial management. And then, we've had some, we try to, even though we adopt a budget, budget is a spending plan. We try to, through the course of the year, manage our resources so we don't spend every last penny. Even if we finish $1 million less, that's only a 3% variance from what's typically adopted. So 3% over the course of 1 year, it really isn't a lot of flexibility.
This is very, Dan, I just want to add, this is very strong management, and while I can't take any credit for prior to 2018 or some of 2019, I'll try anyway. But the truth is, this is serious focus on the dollar and focus on management. This bar graph wouldn't look this way if we weren't focused on every dollar around here. Thank you.
We try to be as efficient as the municipalities in New Jersey, Jerry.
Yep. That's not easy to do.
Yeah. This is a comparison of what our available fund balances as opposed to the annual operating budget over the course of the last 10 years. And the final column in yellow is what's proposed for 2022, 23, based on the available unrestricted fund balance and the tentative budget. It yields a fund balance of approximately 34.28% of operations. These are the annual growth in the levy for the last 10 years. Again, if you look at $5 million over the course of 10 years, that's $500,000 a year from a whole number, which on a was started as a $22 million budget. It's currently, $22 million levy. And it's currently 27. Actually, it's less than 5 million. It's about 4.5 million. So again, we do try to control our costs. I'm fairly confident the CPI has probably gone up more in the last 10 years than our tax levy has.
No, without doubt.
Yeah, it might have gone up this last year more than our tax levy has. These are our equalized tax rates for fiscal years 2012-13 through 2022-23. What's important to note is, I believe it was the 2015-16 year, I believe was our first year on full value. The other years prior were equalized value. But again, we've been able to maintain, $6.06, $6.04, $5.97, a very consistent tax rate over the last 3 years, as opposed to those first three, which we went from 543 to 617 for equalized tax rate. So it's you can see the benefit of having full value with that type of.
I'd like to comment on that a second.
Absolutely.
I was on the board in 2005, when the town of Rye was the first municipality in Westchester County to go to full value. And the supervisor was Mr. Bobby Morabito of sainted memory.
Yeah.
And Bobby came to a Village of Mamaroneck Board of Trustees meeting when everybody's full valuation came to them in the mail. And that was the closest I ever saw anybody to not making it out of a Village of Mamaroneck board meeting. And I've had some difficult Village of Mamaroneck board meetings, but that was brutal. And the guy stood there for hours and let people, just abuse him and try to explain what had happened. And and we're reaping the benefits of Mr. Morabito's foresight today. And I just want to, he's gone to his great reward, and I just want to point out that sometimes people are long forgotten.
Yeah.
Had a good impact.
That's a good story.
People may start out as iconoclasts, but then they become the standard. Again, these are our assessed values for the village. And seen steady growth the last several years, and obviously with the post-COVID booms, we're still seeing nice growth in our overall valuation, which is part of the component of how we determine our tax levy increase allowability. This is just a distribution of expenses by type. These are the classifications that you'll see in the budget. Obviously, some of these are pretty self-explanatory. Public safety is police, fire, building department. Health is a pretty small number. I think that might just be the
Health insurance.
Health insurance. No, that's the employee benefit. The health may just be the community counselor, et cetera. 234 Stanley. Transportation is highway. Economic assistance is a small number. Culture and recreation, that's the recreation, parks, and harbor. Home and community service, that's some of the, I think there may be some recreation programs in there as well. And then employee benefits is employee benefits. And as you can see, it's 29% of the overall budget. But as we mentioned earlier, it's a significant fringe benefit rate. And those are costs that are totally beyond our control. These are our retirement expenses for the last several years. And what you don't see here is when I first started in this crazy business, back in the early 2000s, that number was close to zero, because that was when the stock markets were high on the internet craze, and it's been dramatically increasing for many years. But the good news is that we are realizing a significant reduction in our pension payments for next fiscal year, going from 3.2 million to just slightly under 2.9 million.
Yep.
This is our healthcare, which is not as rosy a picture as the pension is for this year. Our medical expenses are seem to be ever rising. We're going to see an approximate $650,000 increase from the current year to the next fiscal year, and that's really a number beyond our control. And if you can't see some of these colors, I apologize. I'll try to contrast it a little bit. These are the comparable tax rates for the various levels of government that village residents pay taxes to. The top two, you see the red and the purple. The red is the school tax rate for the Mamaroneck School District. Below then the next two are the county rates paid by town of Rye residents and town of Mamaroneck residents, because the towns by law are the collection agents for the county. We are the, the slide 1 over slide 6 is the village. The two below that are the county, which are collected by the town, and the lowest one is the library tax that village residents pay.
Speed it up a little bit.
Yep. And this is just how the average tax bill is apportioned on an annual basis. Again, for town of Mamaroneck residents, 41% to the school, 25% for the village, about 2% for the library, 11.5% for the county. That's a slightly different breakdown for Mamaroneck residents. Wow. Yep. Then this is the major non-discretionary cost differences in this year's budget. Again, the unallocated insurance is going up 260, a decrease of 368 in the pension, a decrease of 86,000 in FICA, which is likely related to the savings we've been able to achieve in our salaries through the renegotiation of our union contracts. Workers' comp is going down slightly, but as I noted, health insurance is going up. So those items just alone account for $445,000 of the potential allowable $595,000 increase.
Yep.
But that is countermanded by some of these revenue drivers. Obviously, our interest is not going up. We're broadcasting a decrease in that, but we are forecasting a $730,000 increase in our sales tax, which is based on the results that we've seen to date. Police traffic detail reimbursement, we are increasing that by approximately $290,000. Parking is going up about $55,000. We're increasing the debt service contribution by nearly $300,000, and some of the miscellaneous fees are going up, which is mostly stated, is going up by $153,000. And then these are just some of the comparison of tentative budget tax rate increases from our fellow villages. We are aside from the homestead rates in Portchester and Rybrook, we are the only other community that's seeing a tax rate decrease. Every other community is seeing an increase. But, as you can tell, I think through some of the same economic factors we're seeing with these revenue enhancements and major decline in the pension, the tax rate changes do seem to be somewhat, even the tentative budget, somewhat reasonable and consistent across all the various villages. Just summary of the major items: proposed tax levy increase of $283,000, again 311 less than what we're allowed. A functional proposed tax rate decrease of 1.69%. Tax rate decrease of 10 cents per thousand of assessed value. Increase in total expenditures of 4.6%. Decrease in pension contribution, but large increase in healthcare costs. What I didn't add here was we are proposing to add positions to staff a planning division and an engineering department, and we're doing that all within the allowable tax cap. But topics for future discussion. Capital. We talk with the board and make sure that the priorities in the capital budgets are aligned, and we're working on the items that the board wants us to work on. The departmental budget presentations will be taking place over the next several weeks, and we do need to discuss village-wide fees and charges that may yield some additional revenue. Again, $41,321,290, tax levy of $27,265,902, and this is how we just get that. And this is the budget work sessions for the next month, beginning on Wednesday, going through April 12th. We have the public hearing tonight and have tentatively scheduled the budget adoption with the board's grace on April 25th, which is their second regularly scheduled meeting in April. And that concludes the budget presentation.
Thank you, Dan Sarno.
Very much.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
Thanks all.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a question from Glenn. Stop squaring sharing screen.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Lynn.
I'll let Glenn in.
Yeah, no, it's like I got confused. So I'm working off two computers.
We got Glenn?
Hey, quick question. The tax rate is going down 1.65%, but we're actually going to be increasing by 1.01% what we collect in taxes, correct?
That's right. You got that right on.
Okay, thank you.
You got it.
That point out is, and I'll do more with when we discuss with the budget, is it's extremely tight budget. It's the revenues need to have some discussion, and the biggest thing, we have to find money for capital projects. We have a backlog of capital projects, and at some point we're going to have to start to address and have additional funds to deal with them. You simply can't bond every single capital project. Eventually you do have to start to pay for them. Thank you.
Thanks. I need a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Second. No, not close, adjourn.
Yeah, I think you're right. Adjourn.
Please open.
Okay, adjourned. So moved.
Second.
Who's Sally, call roll?
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Absent.
Mayor Murphy.
Hi, I just want to thank the staff. This is welcome news. Board should be happy. Everyone in the community should be happy. This is a budget that is fiscally sound, a budget that is well thought out and provides for the needs of our community. And it of course will be looked at extensively by the Board of Trustees. But I really, really want to thank staff for the excellent work they've done.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Public hearing on PLLB 2022 to exceed the tax cap. This is something we do every year. We vote on a resolution to open a public hearing so that if we need to exceed the tax cap, we have the ability to. I consider this, kind of like walking a tightrope, but you have the net underneath you. So I need a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Sally, call roll.
Trustees Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
No, and being consistent, I don't believe that we ever should see the cap.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor is absent, and Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Okay, like I said, what this is, this doesn't mean that we're exceeding the tax cap. This is prudent government. This is being careful, and if the tax cap had to be, if we had a flood, if we had an emergency that required us to break the tax cap, like another pandemic and a flood on top of that, which we all know that can happen, we would be ready to do it. Any questions or concerns or comments from the board?
None.
No, just the process is we have to keep this open until we adopt the budget, and then we decide whether or not.
I make a motion that we adjourn this to April 25th.
Second.
Sally, please call roll.
Trustee Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
No,
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Absent.
okay. Mayor Murphy?
Aye. Order to bills. Item 2A, resolution authorizing budget amendments for the following items. From the general fund, the first one is for street meter repair. It's funding for IPS invoices for printer repair services, modem upgrades for the village. That's $6,380. The next is safety building equipment, the fund purchase of office safe. Should be safe building department. Okay. The fund purchase of office safe to secure daily building department receipts and other sensitive documents. That's taking $1,700 to $555 and putting it to the safety building equipment fund. Central data to fund purchase of projector and screen to be utilized in the main conference room, is where I'm now sitting, 123 Mamaroneck Avenue. Appropriated fund balance $2,420. And but this is right. So it's going to recreation salaries. Is that right?
It should be 1680 is IT.
It should
The
be
number's
IT.
right. The number's right. The description's wrong. Sorry
Okay,
about
it should
that.
be IT department.
Sorry about that.
Central data processing.
It's all right. Off-street parking to fund 4 months of utility electric charges for parking lots, lights, due to unanticipated increase in electrical charges. This is taking $5,000 and putting it to the off-street electric fund. For those that are proposed budget amendments, I need a motion.
we have discussion.
Yeah, sure.
Jerry, could you give us some background in terms of the AV equipment for the boardroom? Is this so that we can continue to have joint Zoom and in-person meetings, or what is this for?
For the projector and the screen for the conference room that Tom and Lou are in now. It's to upgrade that equipment. That equipment's antiquated. We have trouble with it all the time. So we're upgrading the equipment. That's 123 Mamaroneck Avenue. It's here.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
That's what that is.
on
And
that
then
note, we're going to do something in the courtroom too, right?
Yeah, we have that stuff set up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the safe is it's part of the changes in the building department. It's part of the changes that we're making to follow proper procedures in the building department.
Is the safe is the safe used, the beginning of the day and the end of the day, or during the day?
It's used when we're not there. So you take the drawer out when you get there, and you put the drawer back in when you're leaving. But right now, yeah.
Just as a matter of curiosity, I don't mind the money. It's not a lot, but we have a huge safe on the second floor.
Yeah, this is
that has plenty of room for documents and a lot of other cash drawers, et cetera.
Yeah, this is something that we need to have with our camera in place, which is in place now, and we need to have it right there in the office.
All right. Somebody want to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Sally.
Trustee Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
and Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Abstract of manual vouchers is the first. Do we have manual tonight? Yeah, we did, right?
Yeah, small amount.
Let me do it. Abstract of manual vouchers. What's the amount? I don't have it in front of me.
It's $2,400 for postage.
$2,400 for postage. Anybody have any questions or concerns?
No.
Ready? Here it is. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Sally, please.
Trustee Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Next up is the audited vouchers, and tonight's grand total is $664,493.66. Any questions or concerns?
No. It's pretty
Have a
small.
comment?
Big.
Little bit.
Dan?
Page 2.
All right.
Down to the bottom, the third from the bottom. The one time to Benita West LLC. It says, I'm not quite sure, are we selling this?
You'll explain it. Dan, I'll explain it because he had to explain it to me.
Those are lien payoffs, Dan.
So they didn't pay the taxes and you're selling it off? Is that what that is or what? I'm sorry.
That's the tax liens that we already sold that somebody came into the winter to pay off. So we have to pay off mine at the West and they can pay at the window.
Okay. And on page 5, and 7, there are 2 entries to the auditors, one for 12,000 and one for 31,000.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same explanation. That's why is it just for two different aspects of it, or?
One is for the audit for the court, and the other is the village-wide audit. The audit for the court gets paid out of 1110. The audit for the village-wide audit is paid out of 1325.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns? Need a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Call the roll.
Trustee Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. Next up is new business. Resolution A, authorizing Arcadia's proposal for CMOM updates and additional phase 1 repairs. This is to investigate deficiencies in our sanitary sewer system. Jerry, would you like to add anything?
Mayor, this is a plan required with our same to sound situation where we provide a document of our capacity, how we manage it, our operations, and our maintenance of our system. And so it's extensive. It's extensive because we're involved with the Save the Sound lawyers. So it runs into a few dollars to get the work done that they require to be in the plan. So, and then after this point, the plan will come to the board for the board to review so that it's finalized at our board level and then provided to the Save the Sound.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any questions or concerns? Trustee Natchez?
Gary, on the capacity study, is that broken down by area or is it for the total capacity or?
Yeah, no, it's not broken down by area. It's a general
Maintenance, operation, and management program.
yeah, it provides it's really more of a maintenance plan than anything else. It's not broken down by areas. There
So
may
it's
be
not
some
really-
maps, but that's it.
Okay, but it's not really a capacity study then.
No, it's not a study at all. It's a plan. It's just a plan for how we're going to operate and manage our sewer system. That's really what it is.
CMOM,
CMOM.
capacity management, operation, and maintenance. Okay, I'll make the motion.
Second.
Sally, please.
Trustee Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy?
Aye. 4B, resolution authorizing tax certiorari settlement with 229 Union Avenue for 311 East Boston Post Road. We discussed this in executive session with the attorney who's handling this, Mr. Stout, a couple weeks ago. Any questions or concerns?
Just a question, in the anticipated budget, has the sororities been, these and others that we know that are coming down the pike, have they been included in calculations of for the total revenue?
Yeah, we're still good on what we anticipate is going to come in. And we're usually very good with the amount that we add to the budget. We never exceeded, or and to my knowledge, while I'm here, we haven't exceeded that amount that we added to the budget in previous years, including our current.
I was going the other way, that this would decrease the amount that comes in. Has that been factored in? That was what I was.
I think what you're seeing is some larger maybe cases being settled because it took longer. But at some point, we have to be close, right, Dan and Augie? We got to be close to the end here.
No, absolutely. And, this is part and parcel of, moving to full value as opposed to the, right, or, it's this may not be full value. This is dealing with an old assessment from when we were assessing it. You see, it's 2012, 2013, 2014. So, I think we are seeing, again, more stability because you have more frequent revaluation.
And what this reflects is when the village of Mamaroneck had its own assessors department. That's why we're dealing with this tonight. Now our assessing is farmed out to the town of Rye and to the town of Mamaroneck. For years, we had a gentleman here of sainted memory, Mr. Bud Wright, who did an amazing job as the village assessor. But when Mr. Wright retired, we gave the operation to both the town of Mamaroneck and the town of Rye.
I'm not sure, Mayor, how many are left, but there aren't too many left. But we're not.
Mr. Tippett has his hand up.
Glenn knows.
Yeah, actually, this should be the last one that we represent ourselves. I think this is the last case that's pre-2015, at least on the town of Rye side. I think we're pretty much done on the Mamaroneck side. A couple of questions. Number one, how much is the settlement for? How much is the village? How much is the library? And how much is the school? What's the breakdown of what it is?
We don't do the school here. You'll never see a school number here.
Well, not you will. This would be the last school number you do, because that we used to collect for the school back then.
No, we
never see one again.
The village of Mamaroneck has never collected for schools. Schools are collected in Westchester County by town and city governments. Village governments never collect for schools.
What is our refund for the how much are we refunding for the village and the library on these 3 years?
It's in the third whereas clause, 82.
Third whereas clause, $82,818.
Okay, and we also have the 2015 to 2021 coming from the town of Rye. Have we gotten that one yet? Town of Rye already approved it for the same 2015 to 2021. Have we gotten that paperwork yet from the town of Rye?
No.
Their board's already approved it.
But 311 East Boston Post Road? No, I don't
Yeah.
think so. No, I don't think we have that.
Yeah, both were settled at the same time. It's directors, and basically they were going after. They've been battling for 10 years, so you do have that one coming in, and you probably got about 20 coming in on the town of Mamaroneck side. Most of them dated 2016, 2017. They're working their way. Those are active court cases. They're working their way through. You'll see them in the next 2 months. Thank you.
This is 311 East Boston Post Road.
Yeah, but there are additional years. I think that's what Glenn's saying.
We only have 3 years or more. Okay.
These are the years when we were assessing it. That's why we're dealing with this.
Yeah, but I don't have what he's asking for. I don't have that communication yet.
We are really only voting here on issues that were, pre 2014. Or is that when Bud left, 2015?
Yeah, that's where we got the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I need a motion.
So moved. Or second.
All right, Sally, call the roll.
Trustee Young,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. And next up is second round of communication of board. That's it. Okay.
We were responsible for the first 3 years, and then the town of Rye settled 2015 to 2021, and they voted on it in December.
Thank you.
So I had just a couple of quick questions. Under audit of the bills, we have another $41,000 charge. That would be for the fire truck final charge. Is the fire truck also getting some work done over at Excelsior before we actually get it? Or is the total now finished? That's the new truck we just got.
I don't know why a new truck would be at Excelsior.
No, it's
But we bring it over to Excelsior to put bells and whistles usually when we get new equipment.
No.
Oh, they're doing it there at the dealer now. They're doing that at the dealer
Excelsior's on
now.
the way to do it.
Oh, okay.
Excelsior has gone the way of the dodo.
Yeah, Excelsior.
Oh, okay.
Explain that what Mr.
Yeah.
Sonoff just pointed out.
Yeah, I think Excelsior has gone the way of the dodo.
Okay.
It's extinct. It's no more. It's bereft of life.
It has ceased to be.
Okay, so we got our final total in. Most of it's already bonded. It's all bonded, so we're good. Everybody have a wonderful Easter. COVID numbers, hospitalizations are down again. ICU cases are down again. Just, be a little careful. You got a variant out there, but you know what? Start enjoying your lives again. Have a wonderful time. And personally, I'm a rabbit ears guy first when it comes to chocolate bunny rabbits. Everybody enjoy. Bye-bye.
You too.
Good night.
Report from the village manager.
Mayor, it's late. I don't have a report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for your mercy.
Thank you, Jerry.
Report from the clerk treasurer.
Nothing at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. Report from the village attorney.
Thing from me, Mayor.
Minutes, commissions, boards and committees, minutes of the Board of Trustees work session and regular meetings of March 14th, 2022. Minutes of the Board of Architecture review meeting of March 1st, 2022. Minutes of the planning board meeting of January 26th, 2022. Minutes of the tree committee meeting of January 27th and February 17th, 2022. All righty. I'd like a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Good evening.
Good night.
Yeah, bye-bye.